everyone. I am Lenny Robredo and I am honored to serve as part of the Council of Advisors for the De La Salle College of St. Benilde's new program offering Bachelor in Holistic Disciplines. Behold is considered the first of its kind in Benilde as it is designed to equip the new generation of learners with soft skills that are very much in keeping with modern workplaces. Under this program, students are trained to build cognate areas of discipline, from contemporary communication to inclusive leadership and other components of wellness and development. These skills and expertise are beneficial across many industries. We invite all of you to know more and consider this program in your college journey here in Benilde.
As an athlete, I grew up knowing fully well the value of discipline and hard work. As an Olympian, I strive to fulfill the massive responsibility of being a role model to the youth, especially the young girls. The Bachelor in Holistic Disciplines program of SMS would have been a perfect fit for me because it is a multidisciplinary direction for students with varied interests and evolving goals. Behold is another one of the new trailblazing programs that welcome diversely gifted learners and forms individuals with relevant competency and strategic ability as future professionals and global citizens. It offers 4 disciplines, namely health and wellness, contemporary communication, inclusion and leadership, and youth development studies. You can choose the 2 which are best suited to your passion and career aspirant. As part of the Council of Advisors for the Bachelor in Holistic Disciplines program, I invite you to pursue this degree and take the first step towards becoming a positive agent of change in our nation and in the world. I am Heidelin Diaz and I am privileged to be a member of the Council of Advisors, Bachelor in Holistic Discipline, or BHO. Go and behold.
Data Privacy Notice. De La Salle College of St. Benilde, or DLSCSB, respects your right to privacy and is committed to protect the confidentiality of your personal information, thus has adapted necessary organizational, technical and physical measures to secure it. DLSCSB is bound to comply with the Data Privacy Act of 2012 or Republic Act 10173, its implementing rules and regulations, and relevant issuances of the National Privacy Commission.
St. Benilde, DLS-CSB, respects your right to privacy and is committed to protect the confidentiality of your personal information, thus has adapted necessary organizational, technical, and physical measures to secure it. DLS-CSB is bound to comply with the Data Privacy Act of 2012, RA 10173, its implementing rules and regulations and relevant issuances of the National Privacy Commission. By participating in this activity, you are consenting to our collection and processing, including official DLS-CSB photo and video documentation and live streaming in accordance with this privacy notice. Please refer to the privacy policy found on the website. The information processed, such as name, image, video, and audio, will be used for documentation, communication, marketing, and systems administration purposes. We also use information gathered from you for abuse prevention and privacy protection. DLS-CSB shall only retain the said personal information until it serves its purpose, after which it shall be securely disposed of. Queries and complaints on data privacy can be directed to the Data Protection Officer at dpo@benilde.edu.ph.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, to our invited participants, to all our guests. Good morning and welcome to Binild. We will commence our program in 2 minutes. Please stand by po. Thank you so much. Action. Sorry, well, action. Start na. Action na. Hello and good morning once more to everyone. So before we begin, let us first watch Binild's data privacy notice to remind us of our responsibilities in handling information ethically and responsibly.
College of St. Benilde, DLS CSB, respects your right to privacy and is committed to protect the confidentiality of your personal information, thus has adapted necessary organizational, technical, and physical measures to secure it. DLS CSB is bound to comply with the Data Privacy Act of 2012, RA 10173, its implementing rules and regulations and relevant issuances of the National Privacy Commission. By participating in this activity, you are consenting to our collection and processing, including official DLS CSB photo and video documentation and live streaming in accordance with this privacy notice. Please refer to the privacy policy found on their website. The information processed, such as name, image, video, and audio, will be used for documentation, communication, marketing, and systems administration purposes. We also use information gathered from you for abuse prevention and privacy protection. DLS-CSB shall only retain the said personal information until it serves its purpose, after which it shall be securely disposed of. Queries and complaints on data privacy can be directed to the Data Protection Officer at dpo@benilde.edu.ph.
And now, let us all stand and let's take a moment to reflect. We invite everyone to stand for our invocation, to be followed by the singing of the Philippine National Anthem.
Let us pray our Lasallian prayer. I will continue, O my God, to do all my actions for the love of you. Saint John Baptist de La Salle, pray for us. Saint Benilde Romanson, pray for us. Leave Jesus in our hearts forever. In the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Amen. Please remain standing for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem.
Magiliw, kaya sa silangan, alam ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyag na ng magiging, sa manlulupig, di ka masisi. Sa lahat ng mundong sasiway at sa langit mamahal, may nilagang tulad, awit sa panlayang minamahal. Ang kisap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagbibigay. Ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng walang ating pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya ng pagmay ng ating ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Once again, a warm welcome to SMEC Ethics Bowl 2025. You may now be seated. Sorry. So the theme for for this year's Ethics Bowl is exploring the ethical challenges of artificial intelligence, misinformation, and cultivating intellectual virtues in the digital age. I am Janina G. Redrino Perez.
And I am Mr. Richard Necesito.
And we are faculty members from the School of Multidisciplinary Studies, Theology and Philosophy area, De La Salle College of St. Benilde.
Whether you're here with us at the Augusto Rosario Gonzalez Theater or joining us via Zoom or YouTube live streaming, we warmly welcome you to the SMEC Ethics Bowl 2025. We invite you to find your seats and prepare for an intellectually stimulating day ahead.
So feel free to mingle with your fellow participants and get comfortable. If you're online, let us know in the chat where you're tuning in from. So don't forget to grab some refreshments and get ready for an exciting competition.
Please refer to the screen. For the online participants, please keep your cameras off and your mics on mute during the event. Kindly refrain from being disruptive in the chat. Feel free to use the chat reactions to root for your teams. Those on YouTube live streaming can place their reactions in cheers on the comment section.
And here are some friendly reminders, etiquette for our on-site participants. So for the contestants, during the contest proper, you will all be asked to go to the holding room and will only be called once it is your turn. Please be mindful of the time so as not to delay the competition. Eating is not allowed in the ARG theater. The audience should maintain silence during the presentation and interpellation. And you are only allowed to enter and exit the ARG theater in between presentations so as not to distract the presenters and the judges.
And now, to formally welcome us to this year's SMEC Ethics Bowl, may we invite Mr. Angelo Marco Lacson, Vice Chancellor for Academics of the De La Salle College of St. Benilde, to share a few words. Let's give him a warm round of applause.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Benilde. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the 13th South Manila Educational Consortium, or SMEC, Ethics Bowl. I understand that this is the first Ethics Bowl since the pandemic, and we are thrilled to once again gather in person for this thought-provoking competition. To our esteemed judges, Dr. Eva Aurora Calweng, Dr. Maria Asuncion Magsino, and Father Kenneth Masong, thank you for lending your expertise to this event. We also want to welcome back Attorney Sunny Reyes. Welcome back, Attorney Sunny Reyes. A warm welcome as well to all the delegates from our 12 participating SMEC schools. I hope you can cheer for them. The first one being Adamson University. Are you here? Okay. De La Salle College of St. Benilde. De La Salle University. Emilio Aguinaldo College. Lyceum of the Philippines University. Mapua University. Pamantasan ng Lungsod ng Maynila, Philippine Normal University, Philippine Women's University, St. Paul University, Manila, St. Scholastica's College, and University of the Philippines, Manila. Your dedication to ethical inquiry and intellectual discourse makes this event a true celebration of academic excellence. The theme for this year, as mentioned by our host, exploring the ethical challenges of artificial intelligence, misinformation, and cultivating intellectual virtues in the digital age, could not be more relevant. In a world shaped by rapid technological advancement and complex moral dilemmas, this competition provides a vital platform for critical thinking, collaborative reasoning, and ethical decision-making. What makes the Ethics Bowl unique is its focus on dialogue rather than debate. It is not about winning an argument, but about reasoning with depth, nuance, and integrity. Today we will witness some of the brightest undergraduate minds grapple with real-world ethical challenges, articulate well-founded positions, and engage in respectful yet rigorous discourse. I'd also like to express our gratitude to the School of Multidisciplinary Studies of Benilde for hosting this event and for ensuring that this platform for ethical inquiry continues to flourish. To all our participants, may today's discussion challenge your perspectives, sharpen your ethical compass, and inspire you to be thoughtful, responsible, and principled leaders of the future. Welcome to the SMEC's Ethics Bowl 2025, and best of luck to all of you. Good morning again.
Thank you very much, VCA Lacson, for that inspiring message.
Now that we are all set, let's take a look at what's in store or ahead for us today.
So again, we are very much honored to welcome here in Benilde, Manila, all the extraordinary student contestants and their schoolmates, esteemed faculty members, admins, and academic leaders from the South Manila Educational Consortium, or SMEC. The schools representing are as follows:
Adamson University,
De La Salle College of St. Benilde,
De La Salle University,
Emilio Aguinaldo College,
Lyceum of the Philippines University,
Mapua University,
Pamantasan ng Lungsod ng Maynila,
Philippine Christian University,
Philippine Normal University,
Philippine Women's University,
Santa Isabel College, Manila,
St. Paul's University, Manila,
St. Scholastica's College,
Technological University of the Philippines,
and the last but not the least, University of the Philippines, Manila.
So a big round of applause to all our participating colleges and universities, both on-site and online. Your presence makes this event even more meaningful. So again, welcome to Benilde, and we hope that you enjoy our stay in our beautiful campus.
To give you an idea or background, the SMEC Ethics Bowl competition is a public speaking competition that allows students to speak their minds and offer ethical solutions on pressing and relevant existential, social, and even political dilemmas with spontaneity, substance, sensibility, and teamwork under time pressure.
We've gathered here today to witness some of the brightest ethics students as they present their well-researched arguments and persuasively defend their positions on a range of contentious topics. This is an opportunity for our students to showcase their critical thinking skills, their ability to formulate ethical arguments, and their talent for persuasive public speaking.
At the end of the activity, the students and our audience are able to, number one, identify the ethical issues emanating from ordinary human situations. Second, make ethical decisions by appropriating applicable principles. And lastly, coherently and clearly articulate their ethical justification.
So to give you an idea of our SMEC Ethics Bowl 2025 profile, we have 12 participating teams and 2 number of rounds for this competition.
We have total of 9 ethics cases.
There you go. So are we excited, everyone? A round of applause again. Game na sila. Thank you po. So now let's go over the competition mechanics and the judging criteria. Pabasa nga AI, ano ba ang rules and mechanics?
Participate in the SMEC Intercollegiate Ethics Bowl. Each member school of the SMEC is enjoined to send a team of 3 undergraduate students and 1 reserved undergraduate contestant working for their first bachelor's degree. 2, the students may come from various disciplines, preferably taking or having taken a course in general ethics, applied professional ethics, Christian morality, philosophy, and theology. 3, before the event, each competing team receives a set of ethical cases and issues for rigorous preparation. 4, no ethics committee member can act as coach of their school's participating team. 5, the ethics bowl is divided into 2 rounds, the elimination round and the final round. Elimination round, note, participating teams will draw lots upon registration as to the sequence of presentation and will be seated accordingly at the venue. After the preliminaries and before the contest proper, all the teams will be asked to go to their assigned holding room. They will only proceed to the ARG theater when it is their part to present. 1.1, participants must leave their personal belongings, including cell phones, at the designated area within the venue. Blank pieces of paper and pencils, ball pens, will be provided on their table on the stage for note-taking. They are advised to observe proper courtesy and silence while the activity is ongoing. 1.2, while the team is in the holding room, the representative picks a ping pong ball from a bowl, identifying the selected case, which will be flashed on the screen. 1.3, the team is given 2 minutes to confer with each other while the MC reads the selected case. 1.4, the team presents their moral evaluation and discussion of the case within 10 minutes. 1.4.1, 5 minutes for the actual case presentation. 1.4.2, 7 minutes for the judge's cross-examination. 1.5, after the presentation, one of the judges is designated to start the inquiry. The judge who will do the interpolation will be picked through the ping pong ball. 1.6, judges shall determine each team's score according to the criteria provided. 1.6.1, the organizers shall select the chair of the Board of Judges for tallying purposes. 1.62, the lowest score each judge can give to the presenting team is 20 points for ethical relevance, 15 points for clarity, thoughtfulness and depth, and 5 points for team spirit. 1.7, the whole procedure is repeated for all the participating teams. 1.8, the announcement of the top 3 scoring teams will be made by the chair of the Board of Judges after lunch during the assembly for the final round.
As for the scoring, we have the following criteria for judgment. Ethical relevance, 30%. Clarity and comprehensiveness, 20%. Deliberative thoughtfulness, 20%.
Depth and substance, 20%, and team spirit, 10%. Please note that in a case of a tie, the team with the higher ethical relevance score will be given credit. By the way, we have two AI support hosts. So maririnig niyo po sila ulit. So to narrate the final round cases.
Final round. Note, the top 3 scoring teams in the elimination round, which will be seated accordingly at the venue. The order of announcement of the final round teams will be the order of presentation. The first team will stay in the venue while the other 2 teams will be escorted to a holding room nearby. 3.1. Participants must leave their personal belongings, including cell phones, at the designated area within the venue. Blank pieces of paper and pencils, ball pens will be provided on their table on the stage for note-taking. They are advised to observe proper courtesy and silence while the activity is ongoing. 3.2. The chair of the Board of Judges picks a ping pong ball from the bowl, signifying the selected ethics case, which will be flashed on the screen. 3.3. The team is given 2 minutes to confer with each other while the MC reads the selected case. 3.4. The team presents their moral evaluation and discussion of the case within 10 minutes. 3.4.1. 5 minutes for the actual case presentation. 3.5. After the presentation, the team representative picks the judge's name from a box, who will start the inquiry. Other judges follow as necessary. 3.6. The whole procedure is repeated for all the participating teams. Each of the 2 teams in the holding area will be escorted back to the venue in sequence. 3.7. Judges shall determine each team's score according to the above criteria. 3.8. After the final tally is done, the announcement of the top 3 winning teams will be done by the chair of the Board of Judges in sequence: 3rd place, 2nd place, and the champion. The other judges will assist in handing over the certificates and trophy.
There you go. So those are the rules. Thank you, AI. So allow us to introduce our distinguished panel of judges. So the chair of the panel of judges for this year's SMEC Ethics Bowl is Dr. Eva Aurora Kaluweng. She graduated from the University of the Philippines with a doctorate degree in History and Philosophy of Education. She finished her MA degree in Philosophy of Education and bachelor's degree in Philosophy from the same university. She served as the chair of the Department of Professional Education in the College of Education of the University of the East from 2016 to 2020 and is currently the Dean of the College of Education in UE Manila. A warm round of applause to Dr. Eva. You may now approach the stage.
Our second panel member has been the Dean of the College of Arts and Sciences since 2016, overseeing the Junior College, Humanities, and Liberal Arts programs. She played a key role in developing the Bachelor of Arts in Health Humanities, the only program of its kind in the Philippines, integrating humanities into health education. She has been affiliated with the University of Asia and the Pacific since 1992, teaching courses in philosophy, including philosophical anthropology and bioethics. Holding a PhD in philosophy from the University of the Philippines, she was the first graduate of its PhD program in philosophy. Her research focuses on Persian semiotics, biosemiotics, and human sexuality, with published works in biosemiotic modeling, contemporary communication, and the semiotics of the body. Her research interests extend to neuroscience, psychiatry, and quantum studies. And she is a member of the International Society of Biosemiotics Studies and the Charles Peirce Society. Let us all welcome Dr. Maria Asuncion Magsino.
There you go. Now we introduce our third panel of judges, and that's Reverend Dr. Kenneth Masong. So Reverend Dr. Kenneth Masong is a distinguished theologian, philosopher, and educator whose intellectual pursuits bridge the disciplines of faith, reason, and human dignity. With a PhD in philosophy from the Katholieke Universiteit Leuven in Belgium, he has dedicated decades to teaching, research, and pastoral ministry. An expert in systematic theology, philosophy of religion, and canon law, he has served as a professor at esteemed institutions, including Ateneo de Manila University and St. Vincent School of Theology. Beyond academia, he has been a sought-after speaker, delivering keynote addresses on theology, ethics, and spirituality at international conferences. His leadership extends to editorial boards, seminary formation, and chaplaincy, underscoring his commitment to both intellectual rigor and pastoral care. Passionate about engaging contemporary challenges with depth and discernment, Father Masong remains an inspiring voice in theological and philosophical discourse. So we welcome Father Masong to join the Board of Judges. A round of applause again to our esteemed panel of judges. So while our guests, panel of judges are getting comfortable and preparing for our exciting day, may we invite or announce that the teams may now go to the holding rooms, except for the first team, and I believe that's Philippine Women's University. The rest, our ushers will invite you to the holding room. So may the best arguments win. Good luck. This is the culmination of your hard work and preparation. So galingan natin. Thank you po. Alin, sir? Paging Dr. Dumlao po for the case, speaking later. So while the teams are going to the holding area, allow us to read the ethics cases.
And here are the ethics cases. Lost in translation, navigating language barriers, and academic integrity.
Case number 2 is entitled Personalized News Algorithms and the Echo Chamber Effect.
Number 3, online cancel culture, accountability or limitation.
Case 4, the post-plagiarist age.
Number 5, professor's dilemma.
Case 6, the art and the AI artist.
Dating and love in the digital age.
That's case 7. Up next, we have case 8, AI in education and the plagiarism dilemma.
And the 9th is AI in the court of law.
Okay. So, I think we're ready. So may we ask the representative to pick the case for the first presenters? The assigned case for the first presenter is case number 12. AI, please read case number 12.
Iba 9 lang. Bakit 12 to? 9 hanggang 9 lang.
Oh, sorry. The number that was given to us is 12.
Hindi, group number siguro. Group number. Group number 12.
Apologies po. Take 2, bloopers lang. Practice lang po. Tinitestan po namin kung nakikinig talaga kayo. At nakikinig po kayo.
Ito yung ilang balls yan? Ilang paper? Tatagay ito yung 10-11. Ang galing ko lang yung 10-11. Hindi, huwag ginapag na vote ng buka. Buka ng case. Hindi, for the cases na i-reserve sa final. Okay.
11. Wala na yung 10 and 11.
Ang gano'n. So, buka na isa.
Ito na yung 10 and 11. Pero ang weird.
Totoo na po talaga. So may we ask the representative to pick the case?
Assigned cases.
Kasi nga, you submit each school submit. They were the ones who submitted the case.
So the case number for the first presenter is case number 6. Now AI will read case number 6.
Meron akong questions.
In a science and technology convention, the main highlight event goers wanted to see was the so-called future of art. This exhibition features a humanoid robot seated, working on a white screen, set up like a canvas where the robot could paint whatever the audience imagined or asked for it to create. From fans of TV shows who wanted to have their favorite characters illustrated in scenarios, the fan base has come up with to people who wished for the robot to recreate any classical artwork. The AI artist can reproduce new copies of these great masterpieces with remarkable accuracy. It rendered all their requests into reality in an instant. The people who requested the output can also have it printed and bought to display wherever they want it seen. While fascinating, this is not entirely new, as more artworks and illustrations are done by AI and even accepted into art exhibits.
And now, the competition begins. Let us call the first presenter. Let's give them a round of applause as they take the stage.
ba sila to confer?
Number 12 sila. Di ba kanina 12 sila?
Are the teams ready or should we give you 2 minutes? All right, so the teams are given 2 minutes to brainstorm, to confer before we start the timer.
Dito na lang siguro.
So ilalim na parang ang best speaker ko sila.
Last minute to confer.
At least walang identifier ng school. Baka yung sa
Hindi naman sa Intermission.
Time's up for the teams to confer. We will now proceed to the case presentation. Timer starts now.
So good morning, everyone. We are from the Philippine Women's University, and for this case, we want to start with art. So art is a way of expressing our emotions, our feelings through the strokes of our brushes. So it is a form of communications that all the people use. So even the one that cannot draw, they also use this. The kids, the adults, we all use art as a form of our communication and expressing our way or the way we want to express things. So in this stand, we want to support our stand by this utilitarianism perspective where we base our stand by for the good of all. Since our standpoint is we are against the AI art, and for that, we have the ethical issues that be presented.
Okay, so good morning. As she has said earlier, AI cannot replicate the same human emotions, the same emotions that human can express through art. Art, by most popular use, art by most uses, is an expression of human emotion. It is usually an outlet, and that is what makes art subjective, and that is what makes art significant. Museums are usually a place to Museums are usually a place to appreciate human art, and for AI to start invading museums with generated images that only really copy or reference popular images, there is no sense of originality, or there is no sense of personality or uniqueness aside from AI errors, since data or images that are fed to the AI are also made by humans. So When asking to generate, AI will copy or reference the most popular images. That means they will likely replicate art styles of humans and will not have their own uniqueness. The purpose of art is to express human emotion, and AI does not have that same sentience that human has. And I would like to give this point, I would like to give this opportunity for our proposed solutions. Thank you.
So with all of the ethical consideration that was mentioned, our group would like to propose solutions that could enable us to move forward in this case. So first is that we believe that there should be a implementation of policies regarding AI art and human art. And then second is that there should be an establishment between the difference of AI art and human art. And then third, there should be more education initiatives towards educating students and professors about AI art. And then let's begin with the first one regarding the policies. So we believe that there should be policies that will be established because it was mentioned earlier that AI in general comes from human data. So there is a copyright issue in regards to this, especially since AI is, as mentioned, it's a machine. So it collects data from human and it has no bounds of collecting data. So there is an issue with the copyright. And then second, with the establishment of the difference between AI art and human art, we believe that watermarks can help with this since...
Time is up. Thank you, group presenter. That was a fantastic discussion. And now we will now draw for the judge that will do the interpellation. And the judge assigned to the group presenter is judge number 1.
Magandang buhay. Okay, the first question is that in the argument of making art accessible to everyone, accessible to everyone, is the production of AI-generated artwork acceptable? I repeat, in the name of making art accessible to everyone, to the masses most especially, is the production of AR artwork acceptable? Production of AR artworks acceptable?
In today's generation, we should adopt the advancement of our technologies, especially the artificial intelligence, but it should be moderated because, as said, AI have ethical considerations that we must know. So in terms of acceptance, for us students and in this generation, I think it is acceptable the AI, because it is a second tool actually we use as students, because it provides us ideas and of course knowledge, additional knowledge that we can express.
Okay. I would like to add on for AI being a secondary tool and as a secondary source of inspiration. In terms of making or creating art, we believe that AI can be used as a reference tool. Let's say you want to have a color palette. AI could reference or give you a set of colors for you to use. Or if you would like to have a design, let's say for clothing, you would like to have some certain pattern, AI would possibly also generate it for you. And AI should not be giving you the exact result. We think that AI should only be used as a source of inspiration. And that's it.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'll go back to the basic question. Would you consider AI-generated artworks a form of art? Who is the artist?
Yeah, so with that question, we would like to answer that in terms of artificial intelligence and art, as explained earlier, art is a way of people to express their emotions and feelings. On the other hand, artificial intelligence doesn't have feelings. It doesn't have consciousness. So, again, as said, it is only used as our secondary tool, but for us it is not considered as art because we humans have feelings, and again, in arts, it cannot replace the human intelligence.
I would like to add to her response. So, AI is, as I mentioned earlier, is fed by human data. So I think in the context of art, any art forms, AI copies human in that aspect. So at the end of the day, it comes from humans. So.
Okay, thank you. Given that, what do you think will be the implications of the growing acceptance of AI artworks? What would be the implication, or what are the possible implications of the growing acceptance of AI artworks?
In terms of that po, we discussed that
we believe that one of the implications of the AI art being widely accepted to the public is that those artists that express their feelings through strokes, through colors, they are being disregarded. That the art that they produce is not being appreciated by the masses because the AI can generate a lots of art, and we can say that it is beautiful, but it is only beautiful because it has its references to the human, which is us. So can I go back to your question earlier? Your question is if it's okay to ask if it's the other question.
Is the production of AI artworks acceptable?
Yeah. The production of AI art is acceptable. For us, it is not really acceptable. Well, yeah, for the respect of the artist, because that's it.
Okay. Since we still have time, I'm going to ask the last question. And you did mention in your presentation that there should be regulation. If you're going to come up with a regulation, what would be the main feature in terms of regulating AI-generated artworks?
If we will be making a regulation or a policy, we would like to make a regulation about the copyright of AI art, because AI collects data, and there are issues where nowadays where AI collects data without the consent of the owner. So Here in the Philippines, we would like to establish specific policies because there is a need to develop the education in AR art and the implications of it in the context of privacy issue.
That would be all. Thank you very much.
There you go. Thank you very much to our first presenter. Very good. That's a very a thought-provoking discussion on the controversy of AI art. The first group may now exit the stage. And I think we're ready to call on the next, the second presenter. And while we are waiting for the second presenter, may we now ask our representative to pick the case for the second presenter? So the case assigned for the second presenter is case number 8. AI, please read case number 8 for us. Case number 8. So while the tech team is preparing for case number 8, maybe we can give the team their 2 minutes time to brainstorm, to confer.
Plagiarism dilemma. At a university in NCR, administrators implemented an advanced AI-powered plagiarism detection system to maintain academic integrity among students. This decision was celebrated as a forward-thinking move to uphold high academic standards, particularly as online submissions became the norm during the pandemic. The system analyzed submissions by comparing them with an extensive database of academic works, websites, and publications, providing instant feedback on potential matches. Miguel, a diligent third-year literature student, submitted an essay for his Philippine literature class. To his shock, the AI flagged his paper as 75% plagiarized. The system claimed that several passages closely matched obscure sources he had never encountered. Miguel was immediately summoned to the Academic Integrity Committee, where he vehemently defended his work. The committee, relying heavily on the AI report, suspended Miguel from his classes pending further investigation. Miguel, devastated and humiliated, pleaded for a manual review of his essay. His classmates began whispering about the allegations, and Miguel felt increasingly isolated. He contacted his professor, who initially expressed confidence in the system's findings, but eventually agreed to re-examine the essay after Miguel insisted on its originality. Upon closer review, the professor discovered that the flagged passages were, in fact, original, but coincidentally resembled phrasing found in unrelated sources. The AI had misinterpreted these similarities as intentional plagiarism, highlighting the system's inability to understand context or creativity in writing. The committee overturned Miguel's suspension, and the university issued an apology. The incident ignited a campus-wide debate about the use of AI in education. While many students and faculty appreciated the efficiency of plagiarism detection systems, others expressed concern about over-reliance on technology at the expense of fairness. Miguel's case became a rallying point for discussions on the importance of human oversight in AI-based decision-making. In response, the university revised its policies, ensuring that AI-generated reports would serve only as initial assessments, subject to human review. The administration also organized workshops to educate students and faculty about the limitations and ethical implications of AI in academia. Miguel, though vindicated, struggled to move past the stigma and mistrust caused by the incident.
Your time begins now. You may now begin to present your case.
Good morning to our esteemed judges and to our audiences. So first, good morning. In the case of Miguel, we do believe, my team and I stand firm in the belief that it is unethical what happened to him. And that is because there was, first and foremost, no due process of investigation towards Miguel and his case. So we want to point out that we look at this case with the lens of virtue ethics, specifically on vices. Why vices? That is because the professor of Miguel had too much reliance towards this AI. He believed that this AI checker for plagiarism was infallible, where it would not make a mistake and that he could trust it wholeheartedly. That being said, because his professor went straight to the school and administered that suspension, that is unfair towards Miguel because there was no investigation to check if the AI checker had made a mistake. Further, the professor also failed in his duty as a prof to give his students a chance to explain himself. Again, there was no due process. If we were to look towards, let's say, the University of the Philippines, who has guidelines for professors to use AI in an academic scene, it says that the AI can be used by teachers to check papers, assignments, and to even help in creating questions for the students in their classrooms and lectures. Following that, they also mentioned that the professor and whoever uses AI has to take accountability and responsibility for whatever would happen as a consequence in using AI. Had these guidelines been used in Miguel's case, he would not have that unfair sentence of suspension in school, and the professor should have recognized his mistake beforehand. Thank you.
To conclude our team stance, we do believe that AI is a powerful tool to uphold and maintain students' academic integrity. However, this case clearly highlights key concerns on over-reliance of professors on technology when students themselves expect the professors and not a tool or AI to guide their journey in learning. Hence, we also recognize the importance of human oversight as a proper check and balance when we implement policy implementations such as these.
The way the case on Miguel had not been ethically handled by both the professor and the school. The professor did not uphold the key virtue ethics of vices, as he had relied solely on the AI plagiarism checker instead of double-checking, therefore disregarding his duty as a professor. While the school also did not uphold its duty of providing a proper investigation or procedure for Miguel's case. The usage of an AI should not be an excuse to be lazy when performing one's duty as a professor or as a school. Thank you so much.
No further questions. Okay. So we will now proceed to the interpellation. And so the case, the judge for, or the interpellator for this team, for the second team is Judge 3. Yes po. They will be, Judge 3 will interpellate.
Okay, so first of all, I really appreciate this case, because it really highlights the complexities involved in AI, and likewise, especially in the context of education. And I would like to commend you for a very good weighing of the ethical issues involved, And I agree with you that you highlighted virtue ethics. Now, virtue ethics, in order to handle this case, precisely because among other things, but primarily, it's a question of human oversight. And virtue ethics highlights the importance of and the responsibility of agents in judging moral situations. Secondly, it's very good that you were able to highlight the importance, as I've said, of human oversight on this regard, and that you were able to identify the proper stakeholders regarding this case, meaning the policies that the university should have implemented more thoroughly, the professor who actually should not have become over-reliant, and likewise you highlighted the damages to the student because of the effect of this concern. Now, my question is, do you think that it was, what could be the better, because there's already an existing school policy here, so what could the university have done in order to address this? And what the university could offer to Miguel, who was actually a victim in this situation?
Thank you for that question, sir, and your commendations. We do believe that one of the reparations that the school could provide Miguel in this case is be able to provide Miguel the space to catch up with his learnings. We acknowledge, and we also would like to point out that Miguel was suspended from school without that investigation, therefore missing a lot of classes, grades that would have been his able to earn through his classes. And so one of that reparations is to provide him that space, that accommodation to catch up on his learnings.
Do you think it would also be ethical on the side of Miguel to actually pursue a case against the university in this regard?
I believe that Miguel could definitely pursue a case because it has been proven and stated that the school suspended him without due process of investigation. that over-reliance of AI, as well as there was no check and balance by the professors in this case, would be a strong argument for Miguel's case. However, it would then depend on Miguel if he will accept the university's apology, as the university did release a statement of that apology and admitting that mistake, which is a commendable part on the university.
I would like to add that even if the school or the university already had a policy on how it should be handled, I think it's still up to the people and the administration to practice and to uphold those policies, because again, that is still human error. If you have them, it's still human error to mistakenly not uphold them.
Okay. It's very good that you highlighted that the need for school policies on this regard, But needless to say, it shows to us the very reason that this happened, because there were certain problems also with the policies, So what do you think could be done in order to improve school policies with regard to plagiarism? In this particular case of Miguel, what could you introduce in order to revise existing school policies here?
We did previously mention that there should be a proper check and balance, with the school admitting that they had a mistake in this case wherein they immediately relied and believed the AI. They should be able to review the case and then deploy or implement specific policy implementation or improvements. And in this case, it could be that AI could check it first and then a professor would do the final check in case the AI does detect plagiarism in play, because there is the human context of Miguel being very well versed and have a very huge vocabulary. And so the professor would have that human compassion and have that human intelligence to decide that if it indeed is a plagiarism by AI.
Additionally, sir, you did mention how can we further this policy on AI? Well, it is still on us to double check, or on the professors to double check and have that human oversight. We still have to realize that maybe the AI that was chosen for this school is still in development. That's why it is capable of making these mistakes, such as what happened with Miguel, where it flagged it as plagiarized because of certain miscellaneous words and phrases that was never included in his paper.
And it's very good, because basically, school policies are not exactly set in stone, you're supposed to revise it, so to make things better for the school, for the educational system, and likewise for the students, But regarding the issue of course, investigation, there was an investigation that happened, And don't you think there was also a problem, especially when other students ended up knowing these things, Because especially in process of investigations, these are supposed to be confidential. Don't you think there are also actually confidentiality clauses in this regard?
So with that, we want to highlight actually how things were stated in the case. The reason why students were they were made knowledgeable of what happened to Miguel was because Miguel was unrightly suspended before the investigation.
Mm-hmm.
That unright and the suspension was what caused Miguel to plead towards his professor to double check it, because his case was on pending, and the only time that Miguel's case was further investigated and looked into was when he pleaded, meaning they did not prioritize Miguel wholeheartedly po.
Excuse me. I also like to add that there was indeed a confidentiality clause to it, but I do believe that students have a right or a say in this matter, because as solidarity for Miguel as well, but also in the instance that they become entangled in that same situation as well, wherein they should know what their stance is in this certain matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That was a fascinating discussion. Let's give them a round of applause. So we will now proceed to the next presenter. And now, may we ask the group representative to pick the case. May we call on the next group? The assigned case for the next presenter is case number 5. AI, please.
Professor Dela Cruz assigned his class to write a research paper on ethics. He knew from the start that his students were quite knowledgeable about generative AI, especially its applications for writing compositions, essays, reports, research papers, and the like, which the students might use for doing the assignment. However, in giving the assignment to the class, Professor Dela Cruz did not stipulate that using any AI tools for writing the paper was strictly prohibited. Instead, he had assumed that the students were mature enough to be able to distinguish what was right from wrong. Upon checking the students' research papers they had submitted, he noticed that several of those submissions seemed to have some uniformity in terms of writing style, leading him to suspect that the papers were, in part or entirely, AI-generated.
The team is given 2 minutes to confer.
In such case na meron yung university policy, ano sasabihin natin? Mababaliktad yung ano nila. Mababaliktad yung ano.
Team 3 may now present their case.
Thank you for the reading of that case. Let us look at the facts of this case. The first thing that we'll discuss is the moral agents, which we will name as the Professor Dela Cruz, and the students. The moral patients that we will focus on is the students. And the main issue here is that the assumption of action in the professor's case. We are asking, who is more accountable? Is it the professor or the students? With the question of accountability, we have to see who is blameworthy, and for that we'll have my teammate Sergio to discuss.
Thank you for that, Moira. I think it must be clarified first what are the actions of the moral agents. First, if we construe the students as moral agents in this case, then we can conclude that their action of moral consideration is their use of AI, or their alleged use of AI, which then affects the moral patient in this case, which is the professor who receives the submissions and realizes that their lack of strict guidelines had effectively created this notion of latent permissibility, right? So that constructs the ethical tension that is clear within this case. If we have clarity and straightforwardness with regard to the guidelines in the syllabus of the professor, for example, then we would have known, the students would have known rather, the prohibitive guidelines of using AI. Now, that is perfect for our discussion on moral accountability. Remember that moral accountability has 3 criteria: agency, knowledge, intentionality, and intention. Now, we could state that the students knew that they were doing what their use of AI. They intended to do so, but they did not know whether that's prohibited or not. Initially, prima facie, we would say that they did not know this, so they must be absolved of moral accountability. Nonetheless, we have a criteria in knowledge wherein you could be blameworthy for your ignorance, right? So if you're blameworthy for your ignorance, what does that mean? Well, you would have known it should there be open communication channels with the professor that for clarification on the use of AI. Therefore, we see that this tension and this evaluation under this moral accountability criteria effectively rules that the students are morally accountable for their use of AI. Now, to discuss further on of our moral judgment and our final look at the intellectual virtues included in this case, may I welcome my teammate Sophia for this.
Thank you very much for that, Sergio. Now, applying the aforementioned framework and the facts stipulated earlier on with this case, first and foremost, it is the student's duty in this end to not just know the instructions and the limitations in the classroom in general, but also with respect to this particular activity. If communications were in fact open between the students and the professor, they should have exercised that right to communicate with Professor De La Cruz. Not only should they know their rights as students in, developing their output for this particular activity, but also they should know what tools are we allowed to use, and in the event that we are allowed to use them, to what extent. But unfortunately, they did not exercise such a duty. Now that leads to a harm on their intellectual integrity, because even if it was not stipulated that they cannot use or can use AI tools, there should either be one, a transparency of such tools, because the information, the tone, the ownership garnered by generative AI outputs are very much different from your own authentic claims. Another is the aspect of fairness. Of course, there's a disparity between accessibility between students. So it is not fair that you, for example, would have premium access to generative AI while others don't. And therefore, there is a disparity between the level of excellence that these students would perhaps lay out in their respective outputs. That ends our case. Thank you.
Thank you. Team 3, now I think it's Judge 2 who will interpolate.
Good morning. Thank you for, I think what I appreciate with your presentation is setting out clearly all the elements needed in terms of the ethical evaluation of the case. Although I know that I'm not so sure if you had highlighted these ideas here, no? That this work was meant to be an assignment, and usually when assignments are given, these are meant to be formative assessments. No? So, would you still maintain your stance that, it seems that you're saying that the students are the ones who have the culpability, the ethical culpability in this case. So what do you say about that, considering that this is a formative assessment?
In the aspect of formative assessments, we should also take into account the personal backgrounds of certain students. Not only is their reflection of their critical thinking on that particular subject matter assessed, sometimes we have to also take into consideration what are they dealing with, of course, outside the classroom. Sometimes there are certain aspects that impede them from actually pouring in their 100% effort into doing these activities, thus perhaps the chance of using generative AI to at least minimize aspects that they could not use to its full extent. In that case, formative assessments then should also reflect the full intellectual critical thinking of the student, because the issue here, I believe, is that it is a pure generative output placed and claimed as of their own work, but instead it should be used as a sort of tool to enhance their own intuitions on the subject matter. That's why it still could have been formative if they were transparent on the use of such tools in the first place. I hope that answered your question.
I guess transparency in the use of the tool was something assumed by the teacher, right? So in that case, is there a culpability also on the part of the professor in terms of the exercise that he gave his students, he gave to his students?
Well, yeah. If we could ascribe moral accountability to the professor in this case, it would be also in the criterion of knowledge, whether it's blameworthy or blameless that this assumption may be correct. While we still stipulate that a more communicative basis between the students and the teachers would make this for a more clarified view of whether generative AI ought to be used in this case, we would still maintain that. Nonetheless, we feel that the moral accountability here is mitigated by the fact that there are intellectual virtues already implicated within the duty as a student. Within the teacher and the student dynamic, there's already a sense of power structures that come with the status of being a student or a professor. In that notion, we expect that students would claim, would see that these formative assessments would test their intellectual virtues and their capacities in relation to what the teacher wants. And if we can ascertain that there's a syllabus here, we could note that some learning outputs already judge it and correlate it with what's expected of these students. Thank you. Thank you again.
Okay, so in the end, are you saying that it would not be fair for the teachers the professor, to penalize the students for having used AI in this assignment?
In this case, we would say that the grounds of punishment for students would be unclear since there are no clarified instructions. And we can say that they are blameworthy. They have blameworthy ignorance in this context, because given that the professor is the authority for their knowledge, it is expected on part of the student that the professor, with the instruction of assignment, is that they will also be given the guidance as to how they can execute these assignments. And with the lack of the instruction on AI, the students would not be given, it would not be completely fair for the students to be penalized for something, for an instruction that they did not receive.
To add to that, we also recognize that moral accountability is not equal to legal accountability or other structural or policy guidelines that happened, right? So in our case, we still maintain that there's moral accountability here, and that punishment, if ever so it may be subscribed according to a guideline, it is independent of our assessment. Thank you.
Well, maybe a final question here, because with what you're mentioning, you're saying that it's not right to penalize the students for what they've done. Am I right? But earlier, you keep on harping on the fact that what the students did was not good. So you're creating a tension here between, they acted correctly, or what they did was right, but then what at the same time is not good. So can you explain that?
I think when it comes to penalizing students for such an instance, there should still be in-depth investigation on why they used it in the first place, how they used it, so as to give a roundabout picture on why such a situation reflected in the first place. Because how we're projecting this scenario to be out is not just in the case proper, but also how this could perhaps reflect on succeeding situation should Professor De La Cruz fail to stipulate these AI policies from the start. It could be the case that, okay, students, after these few individuals who are flagged for using AI, there might be a similar case in the future, and they themselves would also be placed in a similar position that may penalize them. Another instance could perhaps be a simple mirror of the same action, and a similar mirror of the same instance, but the in-depth background check would show that it was just a instance where the students themselves sound like AI, but it wasn't generated by AI. So again, in-depth investigation is always important before we penalize the students. So although we recognize that what the students did was wrong, it is not on the prerogative of the teacher to actively discipline them from the get-go. There should still be in-depth investigation on the student's account before a sort of action towards a disciplinary action should be done towards the students themselves. Thank you.
No further questions. Thank you.
There you go. I think we had a very good conversation on the issue of moral culpability. Thank you, Team 3. You may now exit the stage. You may stay at the hall during the entire session. Thank you.
And now, may we ask the next representative to pick the case? May we call on the fourth presenter, the representative? The assigned case for the fourth presenter is case number 3. Number 3.
Case number 3.
Accountability or limitation. In 2020, the term cancel culture was introduced in the Oxford Dictionary and was defined as the practice of excluding somebody from social or professional life by refusing to communicate with them online or in real life because they have said or done something that other people do not agree with. Some people have boycotted organizations, brands, and people online because they have supported opinions or notions that are not aligned with the mainstream. Fast fashion brand Shein is one of the companies that has faced several calls for cancellations in the recent past. The China-based company has been called out for several ethical issues, but their most controversial issue yet is how they treat their employees. In 2021, the Swiss advocacy group Public Eye wrote an exposé on the terrible working conditions that Shein's employees are under. To meet the 25-day turnaround production time, Shein workers are forced to work 75 hours, excluding breaks for lunch and dinner, 6 days a week. Factory workers receive a net wage of around $300 per month, hundreds of dollars below the actual living wage in China, $900. Aside from the questionable wages, their workplaces, what they call Sheen Village, are fire hazards. The factories are small, have barred windows, lack emergency exits, and have narrow corridors that only fit one person at a time. All these conditions that the workers are under conflict with the company's own supplier code of conduct. Since the report was published and gained public sentiments in social media, several advocacy groups have been asking the public to cancel Shein, stop buying their products, and hold them responsible for subjecting their employees to such unacceptable working conditions. While cancel culture has forced brands like Shein to be held accountable for their actions, it has also created a culture of being too careful. Some people have been wary of voicing their opinions, choosing to edit or limit their thoughts and perspectives in fear of being canceled, damaging their reputation, or even costing them their jobs. This limitation has led to a problem of conformity, where there is a lack of empathy, critical thinking, and diversity of opinion.
You have 2 minutes to prepare. Your time begins now.
Vox Populi, Vox Dei. Democracy and our notion of suffrage. For the longest time, society has attributed to the majority a sense of centrality and a sense of wisdom that allows us to make utilitarian and more maximizing decisions. The question is, with the rise of technology, this voice of the majority has crossed more latent avenues and has at times become more stifling and sometimes even more authoritarian. So the ethical issue, therefore, is the dichotomy between justice and individual autonomy. Insofar that when you buy into this idea of justice, you hope for the mobilization of the achievement of a fair distribution of benefits and burdens, and therefore hope to put pressure on those people in power. But therefore, when you buy into this idea of cancel culture, you run the risk of possibly curtailing your freedom of expression. So therefore, the question, and the central question to which the moral calculus of our team will begin, is the question of contractarianism. Contractarianism insofar that people accrue more benefits when they engage with a social contract, insofar, for example, the cancel culture, by, for example, relinquishing some freedoms, in this case, the freedom of expression. So therefore, the question is, does this social contract merit the relinquishing for even an ounce of your personal autonomy?
In consideration of these ethical principles and the best interests of the general public, the main point of evaluation for our case is limitation a justified trade-off for accountability? This issue is important to discuss on two things. Number one, it tells us if cancel culture is going to be necessary in the achievement of accountability against these large social structures. And number two, is limitation or conformity going to be acceptable in certain cases or scenarios? We have two sides in terms of the assessment of this case. Firstly, with regards to limitation, we have to acknowledge the harms that are going to accrue because of the fear that people have with regards to being canceled. There are two ways that this is going to manifest. Number one, people are going to be quote-unquote wary of voicing their opinions. And secondly, there are going to be inherent fears or hindrances with regards to their ability of freedom of expression. In the long run, this perpetuates a problem of conformity because it's going to be confirming your bias and existing ideologies. And secondly, people are inherently going to have a fear of engagement because of the fact that you're increasing the risk that you're going to say something wrong because of the fact that you're talking to way more people. However, on the flip side of things, you similarly have to acknowledge the benefits that come with actually being able to achieve your accountability. This is because ethical violations, which are the main target of cancel culture, require two things. That is, number one, some degree of popularity or widespreadability in terms of actually being able to talk about the issue at hand, and secondly, some degree of public pressure with regards to calling this out and actually being able to call for change. We tell you then that cancel culture is not going to be able to achieve this kind of accountability if you don't have it otherwise. Similarly, you're posing the rare opportunity for victims and minorities to actually be able to be critical of and question social structures on a very large scale.
We think that trading off these limitations for the simple achievement of social justice is just and fair for three reasons. The first discussion is on contractarianism, or the principle of the social contract. We think that on the principle that we give absolute freedoms in order to attain a level of security is applicable to this case. We think that cancel culture is simply a reflection of the many mores and norms that we held in society that is reflected in many group processes like enculturation, wherein we pass down consensually held beliefs which we think are beneficial for society in preventing morally harmful outcomes. Notice that the freedom of expression does not necessitate freedom from consequence. When someone expresses or holds racist or homophobic views, they necessarily incur an assault on people's human dignity, and that is why we think that these trade-offs for these limitations are just and fair. The second discussion is the presence of self-correcting mechanisms in cancel culture. We recognize that the harms of not cooperating or communicating with people who are being canceled may be counterproductive to progress. But we think that the public nature of cancel culture existing in the online space allows people to still be able to defend themselves in a public manner and still be able to wield public pressure on their end. They are more able to defend themselves because of the malleable nature of cancel culture as opposed to traditional justice mechanisms which have a final and executory say. The third principle is on power and social justice. We think that the most morally reprehensible actions occur unnoticed and are not given accountability by official measures. We think that cancel culture is unique insofar as it's wielded by the people. It allows the marginalized population to be able to check these large companies who are able to run away with assaulting human dignity. We think that insofar as it achieves social justice, UP Manila is very proud to stand for the marginalized.
That was a fascinating discussion. The assigned judge that will do the interpellation will be Judge number 1.
Magandang buhay muli. Thank you very much for the arguments that presented. I just would like to ask if the trade-offs that you've mentioned just enough with regard to the practice of online cancel culture.
We think that coming from the text, which presents the extreme case of Sheen and the resultant limitations of editing your thoughts, we think that we have justified this limitation through 3 principles. That is the presence of the social contract. We as society believe that we must give up absolute freedoms to attain a level of security, as in curtailing people's freedom of expression because of their ability to assault people's dignity but through homophobic or racist beliefs, for instance. And secondly, on the fact that cancel culture is more malleable than other forms of justice, in the fact that people can defend themselves and wield cancel culture on their end and gain public pressure to defend themselves from allegations. And the final and most important thing that comes from UP Manila is the principle of social justice. We think that insofar as these people are marginalized, the fact that they have no recourse in official mechanisms of justice, cancel culture is the last resort and the only refuge for them to be able to check these companies which would have gone unabated in their assault of human dignity.
If I can also add, it is also important to qualify the idea that cancel culture doesn't just happen out of nowhere. Oftentimes, and as we qualified in my introduction, it is a product of public outcry, insofar that cancel culture occurs because there are, for example, mechanisms that fail the people, and for example, they're unable, for example, to maximize systems of justice. So cancel culture, therefore, is an avenue in which the most marginalized are still able to voice out their concerns in order to have some sense of justice, even if it is preliminarily denied.
In effect, because of cancel culture, people are also becoming very wary of raising their voices or of sharing their opinions. What is your stand with regard to events or situations in which people are using cancel culture as a mechanism to shut down? Because you're just talking about big companies. How about cancel culture being done in public spaces or in companies or small situations like in the classroom?
I think the most important contribution of UP Manila to this question is that of the presence of self-correcting mechanisms. Let's cite, for example, the Grab driver who was canceled initially for doing lewd acts in his Grab car, right? But because of the correcting mechanisms of cancel culture, by virtue of the fact that it exists in a social space, people are able to fact-check this, and when you're able to push the narrative to a wider and wider audience, there are more people involved, and the self-correcting mechanism of people recognizing that, hey, that's not true, there are more people doing their individual research, for example, it's much more likely for these harms to be avoided in the first place. Because number one, when you open it up to cancel culture, it will always be the case that people, when more people are involved in the discussion, number one, they're able to, for example, support and have further research or have further delineations to find out the truth of the case. But as Jap mentioned, the common voice is that of the mores and the cultural norms already present in society. So whatever we're supporting the cultural norms that has supported humanity for centuries on end anyway. So on both sides, it's beneficial.
I similarly want to add that with the scenario of cancel culture, it only arises when you have such grave ethical violations. We believe that by people being more critical with regards to looking out for these things, you're actually going to be able to call this out better. Because without cancel culture, all of these ethical violations are going to go unnoticed. Nobody is going to be able to call it out simply because of the fact that people think it's normal or they don't necessarily have the courage to do so. This is why we believe that when it comes to such large ethical violations, you do in fact need some kind of popularity. You need a lot of people to be involved in this public discourse to actually be able to discuss it, for all of the truth and information to come to light, so that it's already going to be in terms of public criticism. You have this pressure then to actually be able to call for accountability after being presented with all of this information due to the contributions of everyone involved.
Just to add to that point, I think among the many novel cases of mechanisms of achieving justice, cancel culture is among the most democratizing forces, insofar as the moral evaluation that it provides is something that comes out from the masses or the widely held beliefs of the people, as opposed to traditional mechanisms of justice, which is based on the ideas of a few men. And secondly, I think it lets people have let the truth come out faster, insofar as it's more accessible to more people, that they are able to give their side or contribute to the discussion. We think that therefore these are the most democratizing forms.
Thank you. When people become fearful of being canceled, how do you combat conformity?
There are two ways to answer that question. Number one is to first qualify whether a sense of conformity is merited in today's society, and where do you combat the most extreme cases of conformity. So I'll answer the first one. A sense of conformity is essential because if we do not avoid any form of deviant behavior, you are unable to protect people that would otherwise be, for example, maltreated. So if you want the most opposite case, we don't want cancel culture because we want everyone to be as free as possible. We don't want anyone to be afraid. No one then will be afraid of having racist remarks, of homophobic remarks, because there is no self-correcting mechanism. So the first way to answer that question is, the fear of being canceled is to some extent essential insofar that it avoids too deviant behavior. But insofar that you also protect the most extreme cases of being afraid, insofar that you know that with the herd thinking and the majority present, in order to correct these mechanisms, like again, self-correcting mechanisms, your fear would not be as merited as possible. So for example, if a person is too afraid to voice out his opinion for something that is important to him, at the extreme case, you know that some people might, for example, agree with you anyway, so you won't be that afraid to talk about it in the public space, and you allow your idea to be in the arena for these ideas, for example, to be measured against other ideas, to again, be as democratizing as possible.
No further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Group 4. Once again, let's give them a round of applause.
Okay, while the fourth presenters are exiting the stage, may we now call on the representative for the presenter 5. This is now presenter 5. May we ask the representative to pick the case number?
Dapat hindi talaga. Kasi dapat pinatay.
May we ask the representatives of school number 5, Sir Sol, to pick the case. Unfortunately, we cannot disclose the name of the universities, so... All right, so for presenter 5, the case is case number 7. I repeat, that's case number 7. Please read, AI.
In the digital age, Cassie has always believed that her looks and body are mediocre. Not spectacularly beautiful and sexy, but not ugly as well. To further reinforce this belief, she has never received compliments about her physical traits from anyone in her life. Despite this belief, she has always made sure that she is well-groomed and dressed appropriately whenever she leaves the house. Like any young woman, Cassie desires to be in a relationship. In searching for love, Cassie has been encouraged by friends to join various dating sites. However, her mediocre physical attributes have hindered her from doing so. One day, her friends introduced her to filters and photo editing using AI. She experimented with various apps and tools, playing around with her photos. She loved how she looked in the photos generated. Sometimes she would chuckle at how she looked after an editing session. Eventually, she gathered up the courage to join several dating apps using some heavily edited photos, which made her look like a stunning and sexy model or celebrity. Furthermore, to make herself more attractive to searchers in the dating app, she likewise embellished her skills, abilities, and credentials to make it appear that she is popular, smart, adventurous, exciting, and emphatic. In her mind, she believed that people who join dating sites upload heavily edited photos of themselves and embellish their personal information as well. So, she did not see anything wrong with her doing the same thing. Should she find a match that would eventually lead to a date and eventually a relationship, She can always explain the discrepancies between her actual self, life, and her dating app profile over a well-planned romantic dinner for two.
All right, so that's, we give 2 minutes to confer. Unless the team is ready, we can proceed. All right. So 2 minutes to brainstorm.
Good morning, everyone. We are students from the Pamantasan ng Lungsod ng Maynila, and the case that was given to us is dating and love in the digital age. So the facts of the case have already been presented earlier, so let me just reiterate to you the moral dilemma that entails with this case. So the moral dilemma is Cassie's belief of embellishing her life, characteristics, and use of filters, and also believing that others do it the same, ethical or not? So this house believes that Cassie's embellishment of herself using embellishment of herself, her life, characteristics, and her use of filters is unethical and falls under deception ethics. This stance also expounded on the use of deontology because she is using others as a means to an end rather than valuing the person as it is. Other solutions and parameters will be discussed by my teammates.
One branch of philosophy is called aesthetics. It focuses on the beauty of things, nature, and of people. And we all know that beauty progressed through the dawn of time. Right now, we have a different standard of what beauty truly means. Our first point here is that there is no such thing as mediocre beauty. It's just a high societal standard that we all have. This societal standard might pose long-term psychological effects towards Cassie, leading to a more negative connotation of what beauty truly means. Second is that Cassie is not qualified to be suited or to be called a volitive constituent because a volitive constituent is a volitional act of an individual towards the quest for good. However, in this case, she is deceiving people whom she might meet in the future, and thus concluding that she is not qualified to be a volitive constituent since there is the presence of deception, whereas she deceives people and it is not a quest for good.
Also, to follow through this, lying and deception is a vice, a discrepancy, a deficiency. You cannot see a good in an already unjust act just because it was a problem solver for you. According to Guadagno 2022, to self-present is to practice deceptive communication. Moreover, following through with the ontology, Cassie used a person as both means and ends, further validating her unethical behavior. According to Peng 2022, interpersonal deception theory explains 3 stages of communication. Cassie is in her first or pre-interaction stage wherein a maxim and motivation is essential. If her maxim is to deceive from the get-go, then by her embellishment of her characteristics of her life as well as use of filter to create a impressionable character can lead to a discrepancy between her usual self and her ideal self, thus can be a form of misrepresentation. So what are the solutions for this? An unexamined life is not worth living. And this is said by Socrates. Cassie should ask herself why she feels that way. She should ask herself her beliefs in terms of love and ultimately lead to a decision that wouldn't compromise her moral characteristics. By investing in herself physically and emotionally, she can practice self-love holistically.
To reiterate, Cassie has lied about her identity, characteristics, and her appearance for a chance for a relationship. According to John Bowlby's attachment theory, a healthy relationship's foundation is trust and honesty. And we can see how Cassie's action has violated that. Additionally, according to Immanuel Kant's categorical imperative, us humans must not be held hostage by our desires and wants, but rather we must do actions based on our rational mind. With this, our house believes that Cassie's embellishment of her life, her appearance, her characteristics is unethical. And we leave everyone with this question. How can Cassie expect to establish a healthy, a loving, and a good relationship when she has violated the very foundation of having one, which is trust and honesty? How can Cassie expect to be loved, to be cherished, to be accepted when she does not herself? Thank you, everyone.
Wala pong daya ito ha. So the next judge to interpolate is Judge 3 again.
I was saying a while ago, it's a little bit ironic that the priest will end up getting that. First of all, I've never had experience of online dating. Yeah. Well, during my younger years, there's still no digital. So anyway, but I do know the experience of, siguro baka ako nakaano ni Cassie, no? Expectation versus reality talaga, no? And I would really feel bad when for the longest time I am chatting, communicating with this person online, and then pagdating ng eyeball, I end up realizing that the person I'm actually thinking was the person I'm falling in love with or having certain kind of attraction is not exactly the same person as she presents herself to be. And it's very good. It's very good in your assessment, ethical assessment, that the issue of deception is highlighted, you know, because it's very true. It's very true that in any relationship, trust and honesty is very important. And trust and honesty is not just in the process of building relationship, but it's something that should be there from the very beginning. You know? So any relationship starts and flourishes with that element of trust and honesty. And in the case of Cassie, she was lacking there. No? She was, but of course, one can also understand that as it is described here in the case, no, she had never received compliments about her physical traits. No, so I guess she was so mediocre and ordinary that other people never even bothered to to say something about it. But the question is this, you know, we know very well that in life, even here right now, we do make embellishments. We make ourselves a little bit presentable naman, di ba? I mean, the mere fact that you're here, I'm very sure it's not like those are not your looks straight out of your bed. No? So you did make an effort to make yourself presentable for this event. No? But where exactly do you draw the line? No? Yeah. When is embellishment deception, you know?
I think there is a clear and stark difference between Cassie's situation and our situation right now. Because in Cassie's case, not only is her looks embellished, but she also embellished her own characteristics, which is why we highlighted the deception ethics. Because upon meeting, or even before the metaphorical meeting of Cassie with someone from the dating site, she had already decepted this person by presenting herself as another figure rather than herself. And the stark difference with that from us is that here right now, we are not pretending to be another person. We are students from the Pamantasan ng Lungsod ng Maynila who have won our inter-school ethics debate, and now we are standing in front of you. And by this, we are not embellishing ourselves. We are standing in front of you all here in Benilde as speakers in this ethics debate.
To back it up po with evidence, according to Godagno, there is really a difference between interpersonal communication with tech-mediated versus in real-life situation. With real-life situation po kasi, we are able to give you our verbal cues, non-verbal cues. Meanwhile, with tech-mediated po, we weren't able to do that. In this case as well po, might I add that Cassie is still a stranger to her potential partner. So her potential partner wouldn't be able to know whether or not she really looks that way in real life, and also if her life and characteristics really is that way.
On the lens of expectation versus reality, we would like to take a look at the another lens. What we point out here is that enhancement alone is truly acceptable for each and every one of us. However, the concern here is that too much embellishment of Cassie's physical features, even her characteristics and life and personality was embellished. Therefore, it leads to the deception which we highlighted earlier.
And I'd like to add nga rin po, I'd like to add at the end of the case, Cassie said, or it was stated in the case, that Cassie will explain the discrepancies over a well-planned dinner date for two. But this does not say that Cassie wants to tell or wants to confess what she has been doing. Additionally, embellishments, enhancing ourselves, does not equate to what Cassie did, because Cassie has changed the very nature of herself, her identity. And that is what differentiates embellishment, enhancement between Cassie's deception. When we are enhancing ourselves, when we are wearing presentable clothes, when we put our best foot forward, that does not mean that we are changing the very essence of ourselves, the very core or our identity. We're just highlighting it more. However, with Cassie, she has changed her identity. She has become someone that she is not originally.
Okay, yeah, because you see, the issue here is this, on the one hand, of course, where do you draw the line, no? And it's quite difficult also to draw the line, because it's also possible, and we know very well, that sometimes an ugly duckling can become a beautiful swan. And that's like a totally different transformation, because beauty, of course, we all grow into beauty. We all mature. We have so many potentials. You cannot really say that you are this person right now, and you will never be who you will be later on in life. But the issue here actually is the intention. Not so much how much or to what extent you change yourself, because you will change eventually. We all change. We are totally different when we were young and who we are now. And in our own effort to become the person that we can be, we can perceive ourselves, or other people may perceive us as deceiving other people, on the basis of the radical change or radical difference. But the point here is the intention, and the intention here is basically to present yourself as someone who you are not, only for the sake of getting a date. Getting a date. And that's something quite problematic, because from the very beginning, you start with a relationship that is founded on a vice. On a vice. Okay. Um, um, Taking on the role of a, the devil's advocate here. Now, don't you think it's a bit excusable, no? Since the only intention I have, putting myself in the case of Cassie, no? Just to have a initial contact with a person. No? Don't you think that whatever effort I did is excusable precisely because of my own need to be affirmed, of my own need to be accepted, and we know very well that in any relationship, things grow. So don't you think my intention really is just to make an initial contact and have my first date? So don't you think I'm quite justified to do that? Because the scenario presented is someone quite on the extreme. A person who has never, ever been appreciated for her looks. And precisely because of that, she has totally disappeared. She's like a background. No? She just wants to stand out and receive attention. Don't you think that is morally acceptable also on the basis of a psychological and psychosocial need that I actually have in the case of Cassie?
Taking into consideration po, I think it befits the Hume's is and ought problem, wherein he states that where everybody does it, so it ought to be true, it ought to be okay if I do it. However, our moral value stems from our emotions. And with that, subjective morals does not equate to the objective rules or objective facts. In this case po, it challenges what the person really thinks that is happening in real life.
Additionally, to expound on what my teammate Arya said, you cannot create a valid argument or a valid situation, for the lack of a better term, on an ought premise. It must be from an is. So to shorten that up or to sum that up, an is cannot be created from an ought.
Additionally, on the other side of the story, wouldn't it also be unfair to the person that Cassie will be meeting if Cassie had already embellished herself in terms of her physical looks, in terms of her characteristics, and in presenting herself not only in the social world but also in the physical world? Because in the case, it was stipulated that they will later on have a dinner. So it would imply that Cassie would actually have to face this person, and this would actually reveal herself that she is not this original person. So one of the solutions that we have mentioned earlier is that Cassie's actions is not justifiable, and maybe if she ought to improve herself, not only mentally, she would be able to exude confidence in a way that she would not need to embellish herself in front of other people, in front of not only presenting herself in the social media scheme, but also in the physical reality.
Overall, Cassie may have the needs to fulfill her psychosocial needs, but it is not excusable to embellish and deceive somebody or people whom she will meet in the future. Because one of the teachings of deontological ethics as well is that it is immoral and unethical for a person to be used as an ends for something.
Okay, very nice answer. But I would like to highlight something that I really caught my attention. When you said moral values stems from our emotions, could you justify that? I do know of some people who argue along that line, that moral value stems from our emotions. But what exactly do you mean by that? Do you really think that moral values stem from our emotions?
Our team would also like to point out that our emotions also stem from our environment, from the way how we were brought up, from our from
Our life experience.
our experiences and our interactions with other people.
No, the question is moral values stemming from our emotions means that you put your values on something that is quite fleeting and because we know very well that emotions fluctuate.
Yes po, that's why we argue here that with her moral values stemming from her emotions, as she justifies her actions as okay because her emotions in that state tells her because she believes that other people is doing it, it's undermining the essence of actually moral relativism, wherein we cannot relate to the morals of other people who she will be meeting in the future.
So you're referring to moral values of Cassie, not yours. Okay, sige, thank
Time's
you.
up po. Thank you so much. Team 5, you may now exit the stage.
Hindi yan principal. It's not the principal.
Nagulat ako doon. Napasulat ako ng bago makalimutan. Ay, ando doon may CR dyan. Yeah.
On this side lang.
No. You go way at the back.
And now, may we ask the representative of presenter number 6 to pick the case.
Sino si presenter number 1? Baka...
Representative number 6, please.
Ano pa bang hindi na-take?
The assigned case for the group is case number 4. AI, please.
Since the introduction of ChatGPT in 2022, generative AI has revolutionized many fields, most notably the education sector. For the first time, a large language model has become accessible to the wider public, free to be used by both students and academics. Since GenAI strings together its sentences using readily available datasets online, it generates its responses without properly citing its sources. On the other hand, when GenAI is used in writing, its output is usually edited into the body of any work, which will then be ascribed to a human author. Disclosure policies are already in place so that the use of GPTs in writing will not go undetected. While these policies aim at transparency, the collaboration between humans and AI poses deeper problems, more specifically with our notion of plagiarism. The definition of plagiarism may vary, but they agree that it stems from the lack of proper ascription of sources and owning a work that is not one's own, both characteristics being obviously undermined by AI. Eaton, 2023, argues that we need to begin to remodel our understanding of plagiarism towards a so-called post-plagiarism, while Chomsky, 2023, sees ChatGPT as high-tech plagiarism. Eaton argues that this notion of plagiarism is already obsolete. GenAI is, strictly speaking, no longer copy and pasting in the traditional sense. It is already generating sentences after scouring large amounts of data. Moreover, its proper use in research papers is collaborative instead of exploitative.
You have 2 minutes to prepare. Your time begins now.
First of all, I would like to start by saying AI is an undeniable part of our future. It is part of our future because its presence is not really the problem. It's how we use the tool that truly matters. Embracing AI with moderation and responsibility allows us to harness its benefits, helping us in research, streamline research, and fostering creativity. Over-reliance weakens originality and critical thinking. However, instead of dismissing AI, we should provide ethical guidelines that would promote responsible use. It's a tool to support everyone, not a substitute for effort. Therefore, we believe that the future of education does not only depend on this AI. It depends on how we use it moderately and also practicing our commitment in integrity, accountability, and fairness in utilizing these innovations. To elucidate our chosen framework, my teammate will be taking over.
Therefore, we conclude that the best ethical framework to use in this case will be rule utilitarianism. Rule utilitarianism is where we search for optimistic rules for the greater good. And AI is a revolutionary piece of technology. It's just starting, so why should we stifle its progress? Instead, we should maximize it to benefit the greater good and to regulate laws and establish committees that will regulate these policies in order to maximize and benefit from AI. Rule utilitarianism agrees with AI because it balances innovation with ethical consideration. And to emphasize, rule utilitarianism does not support reckless AI use. Rather, it supports AI regulation. And to further strengthen our ethical framework, Alex would be adding statements.
Our team is leaning more into Chomsky's take that ChatGPT and Gen AIs are just high-tech plagiarism. However, we believe that by adhering to our chosen ethical framework, which is rule utilitarianism, we would be able to retain integrity, accountability, and fairness as AI gets integrated in many different fields. And of course, by mentioning these suggestions, we believe that there should be a committee that is dedicated to regulating AI use in different fields, that the scopes and limitations of these rules must be further studied, and of course, the counterpart sanctions as well. And all these informations must be well disseminated to the public so that everyone will be well informed. Thank you, and we rest our case.
The judge that will interpolate is the judge number 2.
I'd like to hear from you if what you can foresee as the possible consequences granted the proposition that we have come to a post-plagiarist age with the use of Gen AI.
First, I would like to talk about, I think it's kind of evident in the present time that the convenience that the AI give to students is really, undeniable. That's why, students can't really refrain from using AI because it's convenient for them and it also supports them, as what we've stated. It also supports us for growth, but then we should not rely too much on it. That's why I think when you use excessively AI, that's what will happen. You'll just rely on it. And then you'll just refraining from that information that the AI gives to you. That's, I think, it's the most.
I would also like to add to that. First and foremost, thank you for that question. We use the framework rule utilitarianism because classical utilitarianism could easily say that the greater good, that we have to use AI for the greater good, and the reason of greater good could be easily exploited. as what my teammate had said, AI has already integrated in our lives. I'm not just talking about us students, but of course, even professionals in different fields. And if this will not be properly regulated, then how are we able to determine if using AI is still for the greater good or for the benefit of humanity? AI is meant to assist us and not to replace us. Therefore, we strongly adhere that rule utilitarianism is the best approach to regulate AI and use its advantages to assist us.
I still am looking for a particular consequence that the use of AI, as stipulated in the case, can be, especially for the academe. What possible consequences can you derive from it?
I would like to highlight that if we continue to use AI or rely too much on AI in the field of academe, then academic integrity will be a laughing stock, as much as harsh as that sounds, and that when you use it, particularly in research, then the credibility of research would also go down. We believe that the academe is a strong fortress that supports human flourishing and growth, and that if we keep on relying strongly on AI instead of our own capabilities and intelligences, then what more will happen to the flourishment of us, human race? Thank you.
So you mentioned earlier that, well, this technology is here to stay, right? And granted that, like we try to put in, actually you say how to maximize it, but that was left hanging. And to put regulations, also you left that hanging. And then also to, like sanction, how do you call it, transgressions, you also left that hanging. But in any case, I was thinking, just in case, like it's really hard to regulate all this thing because it is very rampant and everybody's using it and it's used it's ubiquitous, it's everywhere. So do you agree that it's high time we redefine what plagiarism is in an Gen AI period?
We believe that the definition of plagiarism should be modified, but then again, its core definition of citing not properly citing rather other people's works and research should retain. That's why we said in our argument that we are leaning more into Chomsky's take that it is still high-tech plagiarism, because even if Gen AI is stringing what we call new sentences, it still came from thoughts, studies, researches that are not of its own, therefore lacking originality, thus still plagiarism. Thank you.
So now that you wish to define what plagiarism is, then can you give like a sample regulation so that, like we can uphold that statement of yours of what plagiarism is? Like what kind of regulation do you propose that would, like catch particular students committing this act of plagiarism, when in the end they use Gen AI?
I think an example of regulation that we can put out there is that we should always cite our sources from the credible sources and give credit where it's due. This is also the rule that is applied to our institution in our education. So we always opt for proper citing of sources in our academe.
But the problem is when you use ChatGPT, you just think that this is like a human statement, right? because that's what ChatGPT does, right? It gets statements from all over. And then when it presents itself to you, you take it as, it could be anybody's statement, right? So where do you catch yourself not citing sources there?
We do agree that, of course, regulating entirely the credibility of students' work is a bit challenging since, as you've mentioned, everybody could just own the words that ChatGPT has stringed for them. And however, there are existing tools to check if the academic work is plagiarized or if ChatGPT was the one who actually created these sentences. And we also would like to appeal to the academic integrity and accountability that it goes not just for professors or for professionals, but it also goes for students. And it is also very important that our moral and ethical compass will be tapped into so that during these trying times where it's still hard to, of course, distinguish where ChatGPT takes in place in the academic tasks and assignments, students will find it in themselves to actually uphold the integrity that they have.
I also rest my case.
Thank you very much po.
Thank you so much. Group number 6. Once again, let's give them a round of applause. Janine.
We would like to announce we will have a 5-minute health break. 5-minute health break before we proceed to the next half, the contestants. Thank you po.
Basta yan.
Bawal patawagin, sir. Balik pa ako muna. Balik pa muna, standby lang. Mamaya na pumasok. 5-minute break. Opo, holding our area muna. Salamat. Excuse me, our guests and our students will resume in 2 minutes. Please be ready. We'll continue in 2 minutes. Sir Rewell, excuse po. In 1 minute, we will continue with the program. Hi again and good morning to everybody. Kamusta po? Gutom na po ba tayo? We're on to the second half of the teams. We have 12 universities here in the SMEC Ethics Bowl 2025. And may we now call the representative for presenter 6 to pick the case number. Sorry, case 7. Sorry, case 7. Presenter 7, yeah. Representative. While the representative is picking the case number, our contestants may now approach the stage. So this is presenter 7, team 7. All right, we now have the case number for presenter 7. And the case for this team is case number 4. Again, that's case number 4. AI, please read.
Since the introduction of ChatGPT in 2022, generative AI has revolutionized many fields, most notably the education sector. For the first time, a large language model has become accessible to the wider public, free to be used by both students and academics. Since GenAI strings together its sentences using readily available datasets online, it generates its responses without properly citing its sources. On the other hand, when GenAI is used in writing, its output is usually edited into the body of any work, which will then be ascribed to a human author. Disclosure policies are already in place so that the use of GPTs in writing will not go undetected. While these policies aim at transparency, the collaboration between humans and AI poses deeper problems, more specifically with our notion of plagiarism. The definition of plagiarism may vary, but they agree that it stems from the lack of proper ascription of sources and owning a work that is not one's own, both characteristics being obviously undermined by AI. Eaton, 2023, argues that we need to begin to remodel our understanding of plagiarism towards a so-called post-plagiarism. While Chomsky, 2023, sees ChatGPT as high-tech plagiarism, Eaton argues that this notion of plagiarism is already obsolete. Gen AI is, strictly speaking, no longer copy and pasting in the traditional sense. It is already generating sentences after scouring large amounts of data. Moreover, its proper use in research papers is collaborative instead of exploitative.
The team has 2 minutes to confer. You have 5 minutes to present your case. Time starts now.
Good morning, everyone. For the post-plagiarist age, we have a question in mind. Did we advance too much to the point that we feel the need that we need to coin terms for us to understand that everything that's happening around us? Are we really in the post-plagiarist age? Do we need to coin another term for us to cater this kind of advancement? Eaton 2023 stated that we need to revisit or redefine our understanding of plagiarism with these kinds of advancement. However, our team stands firmly that plagiarism is plagiarism. May it be in any form, created by humans, assisted or affiliated with AI, it is still plagiarism. There is no need for us to coin another term or call us that we are already in the post-plagiarist age for us to cater this kind of advancement. Let's not categorize things too much to the point that it's already starting to be confusing. If we all agree that AI is plagiarism, like our team, let's call it as that, plagiarism as it is.
While technology is meant to improve quality of life, we define plagiarism in a traditional standpoint where plagiarism is a form of copying others' work without proper citation. Looking into a deontological viewpoint or standpoint, the principle in this case is that it is a moral obligation to uphold the academic integrity rather than facing the consequences of committing plagiarism. And also, plagiarism is using ChatGPT in academic settings, especially in a plagiarized work. It raises the question of whether a source is reliable, whether the prompt or the feedback that was given by this generative AI tool is reliable or not. It is also prone to paraphrasing, and also and most important to mention, the lack of ownership. It is a misrepresentation of ownership, and it will also compromise the academic integrity.
With all the arguments given and more, our team firmly believes that I think there is no need to coin a new term or to transition into the post-plagiarist era. But what we should do is that we should revisit the definition of plagiarism in which let's redefine it so that it could cater the new change or the changes or the new advancements that we have today. Since our academic integrity may be at risk, redefining it, broadening the real definition of plagiarism would be good for this case. Thank you.
You're good? All right.
And ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our standpoint on this particular topic. Thank you.
Okay. So the judge who will interpolate the team is judge number 2. Let us pause for a while for the Angelus. You may now be seated. You can now proceed to the program.
So allow me to greet you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon as well po.
Good afternoon po.
Okay, I gather from what you have said earlier that you are sort of evaluating and giving your recommendation in relation to this, right? To this case. But I'd like to hear you in terms of, like being able to single out what is ethically reprehensible about plagiarism in the first place.
Using the deontological perspective in which we are bound to the duty to uphold honesty, integrity, and justice, we can see that it is very vague. The situation is very vague. The post-plagiarism age that we call now today needs to revisit this definition so as to provide clear guidelines about how can we navigate AI in the academe.
So what you're saying is that what is ethically questionable about plagiarism is because it does not uphold, you say, integrity,
Yes, po.
honesty.
Yes.
Okay. So the point about you asking also that there be regulations on the use of AI. How can you do that when in the first place you already know that generative AI just gives you motherhood statements and it can even be taken as like a public statement, right? It's really not particularly sourced out from one person. So what can you imagine could be a regulation in that sense? How can you regulate it?
Because we are promoting the revisitation of the definition of plagiarism, if it becomes definite how plagiarism could be defined in the academe, then we can provide clear guidelines on how to approach the incorporation of generative AI in the academic writing. So we can use AI as well to check if there is any generative AI in the academic writing. But that's not enough because then again, that's over-reliance on AI. The question is how we humans or the school committee will approach the issue. Here comes the human involvement. We believe that it requires careful investigation on the part of the committee of the university, of the school, so as to ensure that it undergoes the due process and not simply accusing a student that he or she is using AI-generated information in his or her writing. Then again, we are upholding the principle of integrity. That is something that we must ensure that the academe upholds through and through, no matter how much changes has been happening lately with the advent of artificial intelligence.
Initially, you were saying, or this is what I gathered from what you were saying, that instead of penalizing, you can be more proactive in instilling academic integrity in the minds of students, right? So how do you plan to, like instill that academic integrity, considering precisely that there is this instrument and tool that they have at their fingertips.
To answer that question, in academic setting, it is always imperative to use citation to proper cite your resources and to credit your sources. There is a debate whether it is allowable to cite ChatGPT and other generative AI, but then again, that would lead you to fully disclose that you use ChatGPT or any generative AI in your output, in your academic output. Then full disclosure was already established. That raises the question whether your work is reliable, it is credible enough to belong in academic setting, and should it be used as future references for other future researches and theses. So that begs the question if the usage of ChatGPT in academic setting is acceptable.
In addition to what our teammate has already said, we also, as a team, we also believe that we also need to start with the students itself. That we need to raise awareness to our students in the academic community of how AI is working, or it should work, or how it's working right now, and how it can be a assistive tool instead of just over relying on it, to the point that we're already using what has been generated in the generative AI and putting it in our academic writing. Instead, what we can do is to raise awareness on how students, or educate students on how these tools can increase their efficiency in academics, and then without over relying on the usage of it.
Also, I think this is a collaborative effort between the students and, of course, the teachers, the academic officials. With this collaboration, we will approach both the students as well as the faculty, the committee, the disciplinary committees, so as to be clear, be crystal clear on how we will handle, not just penalize, but like how can we perceive the use of generative AI itself, because it starts with mindset. And we believe that by raising awareness, like creating seminars centered on generative AI in the academic setting, we can bit by bit resolve this big issue that is emerging in the society.
Thank you, that's all.
There you go.
Thank you so much, judges.
Thank you, presenter 7. You may now exit the stage.
Please. Please. And now, may we ask the next representative to pick the case. The group number 8. The case assigned to the group is case number 7. AI, please.
In the digital age, Cassie has always believed that her looks and body are mediocre, not spectacularly beautiful and sexy, but not ugly as well. To further reinforce this belief, she has never received compliments about her physical traits from anyone in her life. Despite this belief, she has always made sure that she is well groomed and dressed appropriately whenever she leaves the house. Like any young woman, Cassie desires to be in a relationship. In searching for love, Cassie has been encouraged by friends to join various dating sites. However, her mediocre physical attributes have hindered her from doing so. One day, her friends introduced her to filters and photo editing using AI. She experimented with various apps and tools, playing around with her photos. She loved how she looked in the photos generated. Sometimes she would chuckle at how she looked after an editing session. Eventually, she gathered up the courage to join several dating apps using some heavily edited photos, which made her look like a stunning and sexy model or celebrity. Furthermore, to make herself more attractive to searchers in the dating app, she likewise embellished her skills, abilities, and credentials to make it appear that she is popular, smart, adventurous, exciting, and emphatic. In her mind, she believed that people who join dating sites upload heavily edited photos of themselves and embellish their personal information as well. So, she did not see anything wrong with her doing the same thing. Should she find a match that would eventually lead to a date and eventually a relationship, she can always explain the discrepancies between her actual self, life, and her dating app profile over a well-planned romantic dinner for two.
You have 2 minutes to linger on the content of your case. Your time begins now.
So this case is about Cassie, who in hopes of finding a partner is embellishing his physical features, image, and abilities in online dating apps. So this is an ethical issue because she engages in deception, to deliberate deception by misrepresenting herself. So to explain her actions by feminine perspective, this could be a response to societal pressures of standards of beauty, as well as it could also blend with the the pressure to secure to secure a partner for economic security. This is, across history, women have to present themselves in such a way that they will secure a partner for security because they need this leverage because they have lesser opportunities, and they are ascribed to a role as a homemaker. So in recent times, the liberty that online dating apps gives to us is that you can use your profiles to amplify the interactions that you could have in finding a partner. So also by social relativism, it was explained that this could be a common culture in dating apps, which is why Cassie thinks that there's nothing wrong with what she's doing. However, does this points including, so does this point and struggles, so does this point justify her actions? We think that this doesn't justify her actions by virtue ethics. It violates the virtue of honesty and trust. And by deontology, it violates the duty for truth.
And so that's why to end or to conclude this case, we thought of giving some recommendations of what Cassie could do instead, rather than using AI to edit her photos. So since it is the norm, or the social relativism, that it is the norm that people who are using online dating are putting their best foot forward instead of using AI tools to edit her photos. Why not choose her best photos to present in online dating, so that it does not violate the virtue ethics of trust. Because it is a digital virtue that we should also uphold the honesty that we are showing to ourselves, and how we should make sure that we're not deceiving people by showing a different version or an enhanced version of ourselves online that will, in the end, might disappoint the future partner that we aspire to have in the future, or when we meet them in the future. So in the case, you can see it is stated that she is aware of what is happening or what she is doing, and she will just going to disclose to her potential partner or to her potential meetup that the AI pictures, the pictures or the best pictures that she posted in her online dating profile will be disclosed when they meet up. Whereas if she used just her best pictures instead of edited photos by AI, then this would not be it won't be a conversation that she will say in the first place or in their meetup. So that would be all.
The judge that will do the interpellation will be the judge number 3.
We talked a while ago that due to my lack of experience, judge number 1 is more than willing to actually do the interpolation.
Sige, Father. Dahil Father ka. Sige. Thank you, Father. Anyway, for the first presenter, I just want to be clarified because you mentioned economic security. She did mention Cassie doing it for economic security because it's not found anywhere in the text.
Okay.
Could you further explain?
Okay, so I would like to explain, I would like to cite that as a possible explanation for Cassie's action. By going back across history, where women have to present themselves in such a way that they could secure someone or a partner, because since
they needed to secure a partner because they have limited opportunities, and limited opportunities, and so having this partner would help them get a leverage in life. So this might not be the motivation for Cassie's case, but this is an example where women have to do efforts to embellish their image in order to secure a relationship.
Okay, because you also did mention homemaker, and in the text it doesn't discuss anything about Cassie looking for a male or a female partner, just to be clarified. Now, when people wear makeups, color their hair, it's a form of embellishment, right? Is it in any way similar to deception?
To answer that question, I would agree that there might be an instances, especially with the advancement in makeups as well, wherein if we are watching videos and TikToks that the makeup is so unreal, so that is a form of deception. But in a case that you are just trying to leverage or to be more presentable, but you are also aware that this is still yourself when you are looking at the mirror, then I don't think in that kind of instance, makeup is similar with the usage of AI in the case of Cassie.
If you are to draw a line, when does doing embellishment become problematic?
Okay. So we are resorting in using makeup because we want to leverage ourselves. But if in that process we are losing the sense of who is our real self, then that is where we should draw a line. Because it is not only the person that we are going to meet that we are deceiving at that point. We are deceiving ourselves, believing that this is our true self. But after we remove the makeups, the exaggerated makeups, then that is where we find the thing problematic.
All right. Is there any justification because in the text it was mentioned that Cassie's not seeing anything wrong with the embellishments, with the filters, with the photo filters, right? Now and she planned to mention or to probably share the discrepancies after a well-planned or during a well-planned romantic dinner for two. Okay, what is your stand with regard, or what do you say about Cassie not seeing anything wrong with doing this? Because the justification was everybody's doing it anyway, so why not do it?
I think in analyzing on why Cassie is not considering that there is something wrong with what she is doing, because we go back, first, of course, the argument on social relativism that this is a common culture in the dating online app. So there is a societal implication that if everybody is doing it, then Cassie does not see it anything wrong. But on a personal level, on Cassie's level only, setting aside the culture of the online dating app, I think it goes back to the values of Cassie on representing herself, on leveraging herself in this platform. So in justifying or in explaining on the justification of Cassie without any context, I think this would also go back just to the personal preferences of Cassie as a woman, and then we can say that as a woman, it's her position in this society and in this culture on the dating app. That is how she wants to represent herself.
Does your group find Cassie's actions justifiable?
Again po. What is the question?
Does your group find Cassie's actions justifiable?
Okay. So, does our group find Cassie's case justifiable? We agreed that somehow it is leaning that it is not justifiable because, first of all, it is detrimental to Cassie's mental health and to her image of herself. What if AI doesn't exist? Like suddenly it does not exist, and she already heavily relied on using AI for aesthetics purposes. Then where does Cassie will fail? So our group thinks of what is going to happen to Cassie's future in this case.
I think also Cassie's action is unjustifiable because going back again on the virtue of the honesty, the presence of the truth on Cassie's representation of self is not present or existing on the platform that she is using. And aside from the consequences of using it for herself or for the people who will be involved on the dating, the very moral value of the honesty about the human person of the presentation of the human person is the most reasoning for this unjustifiable act.
I would just like to add that maybe this act of embellishing her image on dating apps would would help her attract more partners within the dating app. But in real life, when she finally gets to meet this potential partners, it would only lead to disappointment, and this would sort of cause discomfort with the partners because in such a way that they wouldn't really look forward to having the relationship that they were trying to look for in the first place. So while this action she hopes with this action she finds connections that they want to have. This connection is built on deception, on dishonesty. So this action is unjustifiable.
Yes, to add with that, I guess we could all agree that Cassie violates one of the important foundation of starting a relationship, which is trust and genuineness. In this case, if Cassie's intention is to find dating or find someone in dating without having the intention of getting a partner, I don't think that is also unjustifiable. All in all, I think this case is really falling into on what is right really in what is right for Cassie.
I have my last question, but time is up. Thank you very much.
Let's give the group number 8 a round of applause. Thank you, group number 8.
While presenter 8 are exiting the stage, may we call on the representative for presenter 9 to pick the case number, please. All right. So the case number for presenter 9 is case number 8. All right, case number 8. Okay, so I think our presenters are here. Team 9, you may now approach the stage, please. And then AI, please read what is case number 8.
Some dilemma. At a university in NCR, administrators implemented an advanced AI-powered plagiarism detection system to maintain academic integrity among students. This decision was celebrated as a forward-thinking move to uphold high academic standards, particularly as online submissions became the norm during the pandemic. The system analyzed submissions by comparing them with an extensive database of academic works, websites, and publications, providing instant feedback on potential matches. Miguel, a diligent third-year literature student, submitted an essay for his Philippine literature class. To his shock, the AI flagged his paper as 75% plagiarized. The system claimed that several passages closely matched obscure sources he had never encountered. Miguel was immediately summoned to the Academic Integrity Committee, where he vehemently defended his work. The committee, relying heavily on the AI report, suspended Miguel from his classes pending further investigation. Miguel, devastated and humiliated, pleaded for a manual review of his essay. His classmates began whispering about the allegations, and Miguel felt increasingly isolated. He contacted his professor, who initially expressed confidence in the system's findings, but eventually agreed to re-examine the essay after Miguel insisted on its originality. Upon closer review, the professor discovered that the flagged passages were, in fact, original but coincidentally resembled phrasing found in unrelated sources. The AI had misinterpreted these similarities as intentional plagiarism, highlighting the system's inability to understand context or creativity in writing. The committee overturned Miguel's suspension, and the university issued an apology. The incident ignited a campus-wide debate about the use of AI in education. While many students and faculty appreciated the efficiency of plagiarism detection systems, others expressed concern about over-reliance on technology at the expense of fairness. Miguel's case became a rallying point for discussions on the importance of human oversight in AI-based decision-making. In response, the university revised its policies, ensuring that AI-generated reports would serve only as initial assessments, subject to human review. The administration also organized workshops to educate students and faculty about the limitations and ethical implications of AI in academia. Miguel, though vindicated, struggled to move past the stigma and mistrust caused by the incident.
The team has 2 minutes to confer. All right, you may now present your case. You have 5 minutes.
This case involves Miguel, a literature student falsely accused of plagiarism by an AI detection system. The ethical dilemma revolves around whether using such systems without sufficient human oversight compromises fairness and academic integrity. Academic integrity is not contained in the prevention of plagiarism. It is also the fair and accurate assessment of a student's work. Thus, creativity and originality are not misjudged. Thus, Deliberation of plagiarism cases in school should not solely rely on AI detection-powered system.
Miguel was suspended because his original work was flagged as plagiarized by the AI detection of plagiarized works. It's an injustice. In John Rawls' A Theory of Justice, he says that individuals should be given a chance to defend themselves before facing the consequences, and that institutions should make sure that there's fairness before giving a verdict. Regarding plagiarism, there is a journal from academicians from the Czech Republic, Thomas Foltinek and his colleagues. It's the International Journal of Educational Technology in Higher Education. They say that human context was taken for granted and not taken into account in AI detection tools, and it leads to false positives. Also, in addition, coincidental similarities and common phrases are also not being considered in AI detection tools. This underscores that there should be a human review and not solely rely, as my colleague have mentioned, on that tool of AI in giving verdicts like this.
There are various philosophical, ethical principles that we should consider whenever we are dealing with such intricate deliberations such as this. First and foremost, for example, the Kantian deontological ethics. His concept of people should be treated as ends in themselves and not just as mere means to achieve certain ends. Here, in this case, Miguel is treated as a mere data point. His paper was submitted in an AI detection system, and yet that served as the final verdict. Nothing more, nothing less. He is an actual human being, an actual human individual who is entitled to due process. Due process which necessitates human oversight. Second thing, or second principle that one should consider is Aristotelian ethics. In his Nicomachean Ethics, Book 4, he said that whenever we would make decisions, especially ethical ones, it should be nuanced, it should be in proper context, and one should have this practical wisdom, which AI fundamentally lacks. It has no practical wisdom because it cannot experience things really in their proper contexts. There are risks in relying solely on AI because it flags, first, it flags human written texts as AI written texts. Second, it misunderstands the intention behind the written output. So it is prone to those errors. We have this concept of rendering justice based on, as I've said, practical wisdom. So one should have this imagination, putting oneself into one's shoes, because we are dealing with actual human beings. The proper process could be this. There should be a ceiling whenever we would upload certain papers in detection systems, let's say for example 75%, and then an actual human review should be done. And to ensure that there is objectivity in this review, there can be rubrics and it can be blind, a blind review. Again, the main issue here is the sole reliance. There should be human oversight. We cannot attain justice through solely relying to AI. Again, in conclusion, our stance is this. Deliberations of plagiarism cases in educational institutions should not solely based on, or should not be solely based on AI tools. Thank you.
Okay, and the judge who will interpolate is Judge 3.
Okay, thank you very much for your ethical analysis of the scenario that is presented regarding plagiarism. And I find it very good that you highlighted two ethical theories. No? You highlighted Kant's ethical principle that humans be treated for themselves, they are ends in themselves. And likewise, you highlighted Aristotelian ethics and the demand for for proper context, for nuance, and likewise, especially here, practical wisdom. Because practical wisdom does necessitate human oversight, especially in terms of technological advancement like plagiarism detection system. No? We know very well that basically these kinds of systems, they highlight, no? They only show similarity reports. No? They're not exactly supposed to make judgment that certain texts are actually plagiarized. The ones that make the judgment that these materials are plagiarized are the humans reviewing these things. No? And yes, it's very good that you highlighted certain problems with the committee actually, you know, who heavily relying on the AI report eventually ended up suspending Miguel. And of course, the consequence of that would be Miguel struggled, suffered from the stigma and the mistrust of the community in his own school. No? Now, regarding this issue of AI, it's very beautiful that you highlighted likewise the possibilities of coincidental similarities, because those things do happen, you know. And precisely because in the case of Miguel, as far as he's concerned, it's written here in the report that he is a diligent third-year literature student. No? So as far as the scenario is concerned, you know, he's really a very good student actually, you know. And the judgment that was given to him is actually an injustice on his part. Do you think Miguel has the ethical resources and right to actually sue the school? No? Because of the injustice that was done to him, despite the fact that actually the school also issued an apology.
Thank you for your question. As in the Miguel's case, of course he can sue the school for doing such thing, but our team advised that, or our team positions ourselves that first he should consult a lawyer for the proper procedure of the technicalities of the law, and at the same time, his case will be strong because the damage has been done, and as we have seen in the case, there is a stigma that happened to him. And that's all. Thank you.
Okay.
In addition,
Yes,
Father, the fact that the university apologized, it is sure that they made a mistake. So the case is very strong, and we strongly believe that Miguel should sue.
Regarding, because needless to say, it says here that when the university implemented advanced AI-powered plagiarism detection system, they also came up with certain policies, school policies, no? And needless to say, the reason that these things emerge is because that policy is not exactly perfect. No? That's why school policies need to be revised, changed, no, be improved. What would you suggest, no, in this particular scenario? What could be possible revisions of school policies in order to limit such cases again from happening?
Hello, Father. Thank you for that question. It is true that the policies about AI detection systems and submission of papers are quite flawed. So, as mentioned in our position, there should be these guidelines and human intervention in this such cases. So, we put the emphasis on that part, that there should be a human oversight. But then again, prior to submitting it to these tools, there should be at least premises, like one of which would be this: 75%, it is still under considerations. The problem is with the word mentioned in the case, over-reliance. So I think, we think that it should be omitted. Thank you.
In addition, Father, what my colleague is trying to point out is before using the AI, there should be specific guidelines. Guidelines first, AI review, and then human review at the end. That's one solid idea of policies that our team have been talking about. Guidelines first, AI review, and then the human review at the end for the verdict.
In addition to that, we also mentioned in our answer the Rawlsian concept of justice, that defendants should be given an ample chance to defend themselves. So that will happen under the human review, where there might be a deliberation between the professor and the student to defend his work. And to reiterate our stand in this case, our team firmly believe that the deliberation in plagiarism cases should not solely rely on AI detection tools, but rather AI detection tools should go hand in hand with human oversight, because without the other, one is lacking. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I guess final question. As a professor, as a teacher, of course I can vouch that plagiarism systems like Turnitin is something that is very convenient on my part as a professor. No? But as students, do you think it's also good to have this from your perspective? Are you familiar with Turnitin, no? Oh. Because in the case of Miguel, this was to his disadvantage. But as a student, would you actually be in favor of this?
Regarding the use of Turnitin, it is true that the use of AI tools can enhance the efficiency or the work of academic checking of papers or something like that. But there are dangers that we have to consider regarding that, since the Turnitin is not on its perfect state, as we have mentioned in the case, that it can flag false positives or similar coincidences,
yeah.
Coincidences. So our position, that our team's position for that is, yes, it is helpful. But again, it should always go in hand together with the human oversight, as we have strongly posited in our position.
In addition, Father, yes, we agree as a team that it is helpful. As they have mentioned, through Turnitin, we can critique our work, and we can already check even each other if we use plagiarized work. We already know. And it also makes the process efficient and fast. It's convenient, actually. But there are dangers that we have been talking about.
Yes, thank you very much. And that's very good that you highlighted that because Turnitin and plagiarism detection systems, it's not just for the administrators, professors, it's really for everyone, including students. So that because yes, for self-check, because we know very well that there are cases of unintended plagiarism. No? And as students writing your own papers, at least you get to know already, you can be flagged for such cases of unintended plagiarism. Thank you. Thank you very much.
There you go. That's Team 9. Thank you very much. You may now exit the stage.
And now, may we ask the next group to pick the case? May we call the representative of the group number 10. The assigned case for the group number 10 is case number 5. AI, please.
Professor Dela Cruz assigned his class to write a research paper on ethics. He knew from the start that his students were quite knowledgeable about generative AI, especially its applications for writing compositions, essays, reports, research papers, and the like, which the students might use for doing the assignment. However, in giving the assignment to the class, Professor Dela Cruz did not stipulate that using any AI tools for writing the paper was strictly prohibited. Instead, he had assumed that the students were mature enough to be able to distinguish what was right from wrong. Upon checking the students' research papers they had submitted, he noticed that several of those submissions seemed to have some uniformity in terms of writing style, leading him to suspect that the papers were, in part or entirely, AI generated.
Our group has 2 minutes to linger on the case. Your time begins now.
Let's not base grades on assumptions. So it was stated here that the teacher assumed automatically that because of his way of teaching that the students would not depend on AI when it comes to creating their outputs. Now we would like to make certain that teachers should be more clear. They should involve clarity in their instructions. and they should set standards in the classrooms. AI nowadays is very fast growing, and it has been an issue everywhere where students are using AI in an exploitive manner. So I believe the teacher setting standards when it comes to using AI in the classroom would involve honesty and transparency, rather than setting up false hopes just based on the assumptions that his students would do better without AI. To further clarify on this point, I would like to call Sid.
With the dependency on AI being able to be used when it comes to an educational standpoint, the need for basis of reevaluation when it comes to these students' works and their legitimacy is needed. When it comes to this case and how the case has been presented, we can clearly state, or we can clearly view that there are methods in which this situation could have been prevented. We can see that the teacher did run on assumptions that his students would not make usage of any artificial intelligence with their work, but the students nevertheless did. We cannot blame the students for utilizing, as it was clearly not instructed by the teacher about its limitations. We can fix this by allowing the teacher to further add within the instructions the limitations of the AI within his work, or completely restricting it from his work entirely. Not only this, but when it comes to the aftermath of the case, we cannot merely assume that every student has indeed utilized artificial intelligence within the work in the case. Here, we can add methods in which we can double check to ensure that there are the validity of the student's work within those students who did in fact write their work in a legitimate way. These are but a few methods that we can implement within this context and within this case that can hopefully solve the issues that have been stated within here.
So to summarize, basically the teacher had been running on assumptions and running on false hopes, expecting to think that students wouldn't be using a tool, just as how mathematicians would use calculators to make their work easier. Who needs to do 100 plus 100 plus 100 multiple times over and over? As for the students as well, there is of course the dilemma of they should have known better in expecting what to do and what not to do in these cases. However, in this subject and for this situation, primarily, the students were simply doing what they can, and at the same time, the teacher should have more transparency in when and when not to use AI, or what tools they can use when trying to do these sorts of applications. At the same time, it is also clear that not all students would have the access to AI, which can be the safe point or the false safetyhood of having this sort of testament to using and applicating to the subject.
The assigned judge that will interpolate is judge number 2.
Salamat. Okay, thank you for your exposition on the case. I would just like to ask, in the way you see it, who do you think has greater culpability in this case? Who holds greater culpability in this case? Is it the teacher, the professor, or the students?
When it comes to taking account into the situation, first and foremost, it would be the teacher. The teacher is the role model of education within the institution, and anything that he does that the students will follow. Henceforth, it is the teacher that should be taken into account, or should be taken accountability when it comes to this scenario.
Furthermore, according to the Commission on Higher Education Memorandum Number 20, Series of 2013, academic institutions must uphold academic integrity, but clear guidelines must be provided to avoid misunderstandings. Since there was no explicit instruction, the students must have reasonably assumed that AI tools is permissible, particularly when they are being used as a supplementary tool rather than as a sole author.
So are you saying that since it is permitted, then it is an option that I must take as a student? Meaning, should there not be a self-regulation as well?
The way students see the utilization of AI, we can assume that these students definitely see it as a method to use their work as well. In this growing age where many students grow dependent on utilizing certain means to be able to accomplish their works, there are some students who may view these as just merely a way to answer their essay, their test, or any the like. Henceforth, we can say that these students definitely utilize it for that sole purpose.
It's like saying that there is a faulty, if there's a faulty, how do you call it, formulation of a certain law, then everybody else can actually transgress the moral code simply because there's a faulty regulation. Are you saying that? Is that justifiable for, for human beings in general?
Could you repeat the question?
Because you're saying that there was something not well regulated, right? Okay, so we can say that that's like a loophole in the formulation of a law. Okay? Now, you have a loophole in the formulation of the law. Would that allow, would that make me not culpable if I, for example, in my knowledge, transgress something morally reprehensible in relation to that law? For example, in this case, the teacher did not say, right? But a morally upright student does not need anyone to tell him that that's not allowed, right?
But since the term you used was loophole, I believe it depends on the person when it comes to using that loophole as an advantage or in a manner that is wrong, as you said. Students do have the moral obligation to do their work with academic integrity. But then again, as a student, you also want to have, with your aim as having the highest grades possible. I believe with the current rise of AI, they would be using any type of tool that would help them enhance their work or even use that as a basis for their work.
In addition to that, everyone has a concept of free will, and we all have the choices to make whether it is right or wrong. And the AI tool, the students may have seen it as an opportunity to accomplish something.
So in the end, for people to act uprightly, it's as if I'm getting this as a your train of argument. For people to be able to act uprightly, there should be like a positive regulation in place for them to actually, consider their actions upright or appropriate. Are you saying that? What if it were not? What if it were not positively put on a certain regulation, policy, etc., etc.?
These foundations and laws will definitely assist them in being able to craft their own moral code and system.
So we're ruled by contracts. That's what you're saying. Moral behavior is ruled by contracts or regulations or policies.
Let me state again that the rules will allow them to craft their own moral code. It is not necessarily binding them, but rather influencing them to do what is positively correct.
Do you have anything? I rest my case. It's okay. Thank you.
Let us give the group a round of applause. Thank you, Group 10. Thank you. You may now exit. Thank you. And let us now proceed to the number 11. May I call on the representative of group number 11? Again, may I call on the representative of group number 11? Please. The case assigned to group number 11 is case number 3. AI, please.
Accountability or limitation. In 2020, the term cancel culture was introduced in the Oxford Dictionary and was defined as the practice of excluding somebody from social or professional life by refusing to communicate with them online or in real life because they have said or done something that other people do not agree with. Some people have boycotted organizations, brands, and people online because they have supported opinions or notions that are not aligned with the mainstream. Fast fashion brand Shein is one of the companies that has faced several calls for cancellations in the recent past. The China-based company has been called out for several ethical issues, but their most controversial issue yet is how they treat their employees. In 2021, the Swiss advocacy group Public Eye wrote an exposé on the terrible working conditions that Shein's employees are under. To meet the 25-day turnaround production time, Shein workers are forced to work 75 hours, excluding breaks for lunch and dinner 6 days a week. Factory workers receive a net wage of around $300 per month, hundreds of dollars below the actual living wage in China, $900. Aside from the questionable wages, their workplaces, what they call Shein Village, are fire hazards. The factories are small, have barred windows, lack emergency exits, and have narrow corridors that only fit one person at a time. All these conditions that the workers are under conflict with the company's own supplier code of conduct. Since the report was published and gained public sentiments in social media, several advocacy groups have been asking the public to cancel Shein, stop buying their products, and hold them responsible for subjecting their employees to such unacceptable working conditions. While cancel culture has forced brands like Shein to be held accountable for their actions, it has also created a culture of being too careful. Some people have been wary of voicing their opinions, choosing to edit or limit their thoughts and perspectives in fear of being canceled, damaging their reputation, or even costing them their jobs. This limitation has led to a problem of conformity, where there is a lack of empathy, critical thinking, and diversity of opinion.
You have 2 minutes to linger on your case. Your time begins now.
Good day, judges, and good day, audiences. Cancel culture is informal and lack legal procedures. Our team stands no to cancel culture. Although some might say that cancel culture might be a form of a new protest, this is short-term and not fully address the issue. It raises certain issues like misinformation, and it may cause harm in the long term. The next speaker will further discuss our stance.
Well, cancel culture may raise initial awareness about Shein's unethical practices, but the absence of formal and legal framework will not suffice Shein's accountability and responsibilities for its workers and laborers. Cancel culture is an act of canceling people or a certain organization, boycotting their products, and or damaging people's reputation. It is a social construct made by humans to take justice through their own hands in order to find equitable judgment and treatment for others' wrongdoings. While cancel culture have made a temporary impact, Shein will still not receive the proper sanctions and punitive measures that it deserves. Hence, the involvement of labor groups and organizations is a must.
Furthermore, we believe that cancel culture should not be a mechanism to impose accountability towards Shein due to first, short-term outrage. Cancel culture thrives in an instant gratification, which actually fades after the initial wave of criticism that happens in social media. So as a new controversy happens in social media, the attentions of the people tends to go away. Second, cancel culture causes homogeneity due to conformity. It precipitates fear, pressuring individuals to conform to the mainstream notion. So this hampers individuals to have a critical analysis of the existing dilemma and allows them to just conform to the mainstream notions rather than examining other perspectives, which causes a one-dimensional thinking. The third thing is that it causes oversimplification. It tends to equate complex issues into a moral binary dilemma. This causes lack of consistency and recognition on the multifaceted reasons why the certain dilemma exists. And also, cancel culture could further cause exacerbation of exploitation, since boycott causes reduction to salary wages of those employees. Thus, this could lead them to experience more financial instability. Furthermore, the lack of collaborative responsibility of consumers, corporations, and legal entities in this framework hampers the ability of cancel culture to sustain a long-term systemic change. This is actually illustrated in the boycott happened on 2011 in H&M and Zara, by which multiple organizations or consumer boycotted the brand. However, in 2013, it still contributed 16.5 billion towards the fast fashion industry. And as well as when it comes to deontology, deontology states that it has the moral duty to protect individuals from further exploitation, and according to prima facie duty, although advocacy groups have the capacity to introduce justice, they also have the capacity to protect workers from further exploitation.
That was a further stance. Thank you.
The assigned judge that will interpolate in your group is Judge number 1.
Hello.
Hello. Magandang buhay. Thank you for your presentation. Since your group is saying no to cancel culture, I'd like you to think of the benefits of cancel culture. Can you cite at least 2 benefits of cancel culture?
First benefit that I can think of cancel culture, it is not that tasky unlike the legal frameworks, the involvement of formal groups and legal frameworks such as the labor group or amnesty organization. Cancel culture is just human or people like us, we can raise awareness by posting on social media platforms such as Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter. And then by that, we can encourage our audiences, other people to come join us with this type of movement that we are doing. And another benefit that I can think of is it's not expensive. It is actually, it does not actually involve the monetary values, which is very highly beneficial for everyone and people who will be participating in this kind of movement.
You say that the results or the benefits of cancel culture in the case of, say, Shein or Shein is temporary, but you cannot consider it as a form of victory in terms of lobbying for other cases similar to Shein's case.
We believe that cancel culture would only raise initial awareness in this case due to, for example, there is another new controversy that would be on top of that controversy. It turns or shifts other people's attention towards a new controversy, and as well as the lack of the lack of framework or the adequate legal process for this would allow Shein to merely incentivize a damage control instead of a sustainable long-term change when it comes to workers' accountability.
What do you say about cancel culture being created, a construct being created by society, given that we have a number of people active on social media applications, social media apps, who would voice and raise their opinions and without editing them and to the point of harming others? Do you not see the good effects of cancel culture in these particular cases?
Our group stands that we believe that the benefits of cancel culture is much more important. The negative impact of cancel culture outweighs its benefit, as what's stated in virtue ethics. This kind of movement are usually precipitated by short-term outrage or those heightened emotions by the people. So they tend to resort into impunitive measures rather than a transformative justice when it comes to dealing with this kind of dilemma.
I'd like to add for the solidification and substantiation of our argument that cancel culture does not, or if maybe dealing little benefit, but more on the negative side. As mentioned a while ago with the definition, cancel culture cancels people, damaging their reputation. So I think while canceling people, you are also damaging their reputation. Therefore, the image of that person, the specific organization, will be ruined in front of the people or the audience that see them.
Let's suppose that cancel culture doesn't exist, and people will be conforming on, say, a specific issue that is majorly approved by people, no? by most people. How are we going to combat this issue of conformity, given that there's no mechanism constructed by society to veer away from cases like we'll just say it's okay, it's right, let's just go for it because you don't want issues or you don't want conflicts?
Our team wanted to highlight that if there is no cancel culture at all, I think we think that there are legal processes that could address these issues. And I think it is more appropriate and rather than cancel culture itself.
I'd like to add, lastly, so if there will be no cancel culture, then we fully and solely rely on legal frameworks such as laws and regulations of the society. Therefore, I think it is a better outcome since we are relying on mandates that are ordained by rules and laws instead of social constructs such as cancel culture.
Let's look at history. People power, they consider it as a form of cancel culture, even before the existence of the term cancel culture.
Can you repeat the question?
Let's look at history, say people power. Do you consider that as a form of cancel culture, even before the existence of the term cancel culture?
I think people power and cancel culture is quite different because cancel culture's main causes or effects is promotion of cyberbullying. Yes. Rather than more like ethical viewpoints of the people power movement po.
Thank you. No further question.
Once again, let us give the group a round of applause. Thank you, Group 11.
Thank you.
You may exit.
I believe we are on to our final, the 12 presenters. So while waiting for the 12th team, may we request the representative to pick the case number, please. Good afternoon, miss. I think that's the last one. Yes, po. Yes. There you go. So the case for the last presenter is case number 6. May we call on the 12 team to approach the stage, please. And while waiting for them, maybe AI may now read the case for us, case number 6.
In a science and technology convention, the main highlight event-goers wanted to see was the so-called future of art. This exhibition features a humanoid robot seated, working on a white screen, set up like a canvas where the robot could paint whatever the audience imagined or asked for it to create. From fans of TV shows who wanted to have their favorite characters illustrated in scenarios, the fan base has come up with to people who wished for the robot to recreate any classical artwork. The AI artist can reproduce new copies of these great masterpieces with remarkable accuracy. It rendered all their requests into reality in an instant. The people who requested the output can also have it printed and bought to display wherever they want it seen. While fascinating, this is not entirely new, as more artworks and illustrations are done by AI and even accepted into art exhibits.
All right, so we have the last team with us now. So the case that you will present is on case number 6, the art and the artist. So kindly be seated, and you have 2 minutes to confer. right, time's up. You now have 5 minutes to present your case.
Good day, everyone. We firmly stand against the integration of AI-generated works into the realm of art. Art at its very core is the manifestation of human creativity, emotion, consciousness. It's the embodiment of our lived experiences, our struggles, our triumphs. To embrace AI as an artist is to embrace a hollow creation, one that lacks the soul that defines genuine artistic expression. Furthermore, our argument is reinforced by Adorno's critique of culture industries, in which he exposes how industries, driven by profit, reduce cultural products and strips away their uniqueness, turning them into mere commodities and reduces them into a mass-produced product. And AI art, manufactured through algorithms, is the embodiment of this commodification. This is not just about the delusion of artistic value, but rather it threatens the very existence of human creativity. Our stand is not about impeding technological advancements or the future of art. We are merely prioritizing the preservation of human expression against these mechanized forces of automation and commodification. Our arguments will be further justified by the second speaker.
Okay, so firstly, Adorno cautioned us about the mass commodification that, I apologize, that AI-generated art brings, especially when how his vision tells us that true art arises from real-life experiences, including alienation and suffering. Now, with the increase of AI-generated art, it reduces artists to mere passive consumers instead of being active participants when it comes to being able to shape the AI world. Now, one of the ethical problems that arises from this is that when AI-generated art, in this case, brings about the infringement upon Republic Act number 8293, which is the Intellectual Property Code of the Philippines, because of how the reproduction of art was turned for mere entertainment of the machine. Now, our case will then be concluded by the third speaker.
Art is not merely an aesthetic object. It is a medium of communication within humanity. Adorno tells us this, that it reduces art to just a commodity, to prioritizing profit over creativity and originality over replication. It reduces artists to just mechanized cogs in a system and perpetuates a cycle of commodification. Again, it replicates rather than recreates, exploiting existing works. That's why we should put human people in front of the creative process, especially since art is a human artistic expression. Besides, what is the future of art? Are we the consumers or are we the creators? That will be all. Thank you.
All right. I think we have Father, last one, to interpolate the final theme.
Okay, thank you very much. Just take, remaining within the case scenario presented to us regarding the art and the AI artist, is there anything unethical when original artworks are reproduced? Like, for example, I go to Amsterdam and visit the Van Gogh Museum. And in order to carry with me something of memory, why not just purchase one of the reproductions there? Either the paper reproductions or even the more expensive canvas reproductions of the sunflower of Van Gogh. Is that unethical?
Sir, to respond to your question, that is not unethical, and I'd like to go back to the case at hand. AI art is simply replicating existing works. Now, I'd like to elaborate this by saying it's data, the data used by AI, is actually the works of these artists. Hence, it was also mentioned briefly by the second speaker how it infringes upon the intellectual property code of the Philippines, because there is an argument that there was never really consent given by these artists, but their works are used by these AI to reproduce or to replicate existing artworks.
So to add on further to that, Adorno has this sort of import over function. This is more added on when we're gonna take in the fact that art should be an import rather than its function. Art, well, in AI's case, art is just regenerated. The more that it's replicated, it's reducing its aura, its human artistic expression, because there is no human intervention there. Where is the human element needed for art to be there? Thank you. That will be all.
Yeah, because the thing here is this, no? Allegedly, on the basis of the case presented, AI artists are just simply reproducing artistic works, no? So it's really not that different from printing machines, no? And the other technological advances that actually recreate artistic works, no? And if you ask people in the Van Gogh Museum in Amsterdam, needless to say, was this reproduced with the permission of Van Gogh himself? Definitely not. No, definitely not. No? So, of course, in as much as if I put there, okay, I'm going to put this painting of the sunflower Van Gogh and then put there my name as if to say I am the artist. Now there would be copyright issues, definitely. But in this case, there's no attribution that the AI artist, in quotation mark, actually it's something original for the AI artist. It's just simply reproducing it pretty much like printing press, cameras, no? So what exactly is the ethical issue there?
Yes,
when
sir.
it's something that is commonly done?
We contend, sir, that there is a possibility that, again, the replication and production or reproduction of these artworks may go into the realm of devaluing the original work. As my colleagues have mentioned, in every artwork, it is important to consider the human creation process behind this art. And if we were to dilute the sort of value of this artwork into the mere aesthetic body of it, then we miss the work and the human behind that artwork.
Sir, can I add to what my colleague mentioned? Regarding that, I believe there is also a big difference between how AI generates artworks versus printing presses. For example, how AI can generate or replicate works, it's much, much easier and much, much faster compared to other methods. The way it can mass produce art as a product, and I would like to reiterate our stance that it's exactly the problem. Art becomes a mere commodity for entertainment, wherein we argue that art needs to have this human expression. Where is the creativity? Where is the consciousness? Like, where is the reflection of our society in simply a product for entertainment? That's all, sir. Thank you.
Of course, this is a philosophical question. What makes an art an art? And if that is the case, why is it that AI cannot be an artist?
I suppose we can define art as simply being anything that we sense that is of a aesthetic or stimulating, that brings some sort of aesthetic or stimulating experience. And to answer why...
And in that regard, AI cannot be an artist if you define art in that way.
Yes, we think we agree with you that artificial intelligence could be an artist in that it could reproduce this aesthetic value. But again, we contend that to capture the full value of art, there must always be the human context or the human creation process behind them. We think that is an important factor for the value of art.
And to add to what my colleague has said, according to Adorno, since he's our main philosopher, his vision was that art is a reflection and the reaction of humans to the society.
Furthermore, sir, Adorno does not necessarily forsake the function of art, wherein we do acknowledge that art is for entertainment, but at the same time, to reiterate what my colleague said, it also has a role in reflecting our society or as a reaction to what's happening to our society. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Because, of course, you seem to highlight very much your understanding of art is quite anthropocentric, no? In a sense that it's supposed to be the expression of the human spirit, no? But don't you think that, like for example, if you go to the Grand Canyon or nature itself, is it not artistic? And in which case, don't you think that's actually something beyond human agency?
Yes,
Who's the artist there?
I guess that is for its function, yes. Let's just say, of course, the Grand Canyon. The Grand Canyon, you can look at it and you can see it's art. It's art,
Yes,
right?
yes,
You want to
definitely.
picture it.
Yeah.
You want to envision it. That right there is art. Now, how would you be able to put that into your vision? Let's just say art is also a medium. It is a medium in human communication. How can you achieve that vision of that Grand Canyon? How can you express that an AI could not exactly grasp?
Okay, let me put it this way. Grand Canyon, very beautiful, artistic, awe-inspiring. Who's the artist? God. Unless, of course, Anyway, I take it to be God. No? And then, of course, me looking at the Grand Canyon, capturing its beauty with my camera, or probably painting the Grand Canyon itself. And of course, my take on that scene or beauty of that Grand Canyon, the production of that would be my human expression of seeing the beauty of the Grand Canyon. That's also an art. Okay? But what if, from my picture, from the camera that I've gotten, could not AI be artistic on that regard too? Would not AI be capable of actually capturing a beauty that a human person was not, failed to actually communicate also?
Yes, sir, and we'd like to again agree that there is an aesthetic value to non-human art. However, again, we contend that there could be, and there's likely a moral failure when the volume of art production that AI poses starts to enter into the realm of commodification and mass production, as we think that this tends to dissipate the human experience of making art and learning from art, or for learning from that creative process, which we think is also a very big reason for the value of art.
Yeah, because you're coming from a philosophical statement or viewpoint that once you multiply artworks, it loses its value. But you see, all artworks are reproduced, and then the original remains valuable, di ba? But in the case of AI, could it not be the case that the first product is the original also? In which case, it's not yet commodified.
Sir, I would like to go back to a tendency of that, wherein, yes, the original artwork will hold the most value. But at the same time, if it was me seeing an AI be able to produce an art better than I can, I feel like or rather, it will stifle my creativity or my want or desire to create something of my own, because this is exactly what we pointed out in our argument, that the danger extends beyond the delusion of artistic value. It could very well threaten the existence of human creativity. That's also another thing we'd like to point out po.
So you feel AI artist is a threat rather than a challenge for artists to be more artistic or creative? And probably you're responding from a human instinct of eliminating an enemy. So just to have an advantage, no?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's possible to see it as a challenge to innovate our art, and in that sense, AI could be ethical. However, again, if there becomes an over-reliance on the production of art only through artificial intelligence, which we contend could be a very real tendency, then that could very well remove, again, the value of the human creative process that we're able to derive from art.
One last question. AI is a medium. It's a means, okay? Human creativity is still there. Why not consider AI art as the synergy between human creativity and the medium of AI? Don't you think that would even be better? Wouldn't AI highlight human creativity through art? Isn't that possible?
One thing we'd like to highlight, sir, is that it's the creative process and the ways by which we can create art are affected by the use of artificial intelligence. For example, if you want to create a painting through a tool like ChatGPT, for example, you would only use your verbal abilities to create a work of art. And, just to finish, but you would no longer
Time's
be
up.
involved in painting. And
There you go. Apologies for cutting short your presentation. There you go. I believe all our contestants are also back. So let's give everybody a warm round of applause for their excellence. Arete excellence. Yeah, you may now exit the stage. Thank you. So again, very good. For all your well-articulated philosophical and ethical arguments. Well done. So, our judges now, so that wraps up our preliminary round. All 12, no? Matagal-tagal na nga. So, our judges will now deliberate, and we will announce the finalists after our break. But before we have our break, maybe we could request everybody to, if we could invite you for one big group picture. Yes po. So where do we go, Sir Raywell? Bababa na lang lahat. Sige po. May we request our judges po to join us for a photo op.
May we request all the SMEC representatives, of course, to come front together with our judges, our VIPs as well. And then the other students to occupy the couple front seats here in the middle. So from the back, please just move forward. So that we can take our big group picture, okay? For the individual groups later. So we'll have that little later. After, yeah, the judges will sit here. We can have 3. Together with the VIPs, the deans are here, I think. So maybe request them to come front of the different school or SMEC schools, together with our judges. And the SMEC representatives, please take a seat.
May we ask
and coaches, of course, coaches, please come front with us.
all our esteemed guests, admins, academic leaders to join us to the front, along with our
Move a bit to
judges.
the right. Dito po.
And then after our photo op, we will have a 30-minute break before we proceed to the final round.
Thank you very much.
Ayun dun.
Marathon po ito.
Opo, edit na lang po. Okay po, so please take your seats and settle down so that everyone in a way can be taken. Yeah, so we need to compress, I'm sorry. So how do we do? So maybe don't occupy the ones at the sides, but move forward. So those people at the back, very far back, at the back, so please come and join us here. Move forward, please. So we have still more available seats here. And the SMEC coaches and the SMEC representatives can sit here. Okay. And then our mga VIPs po natin, saan po sila? Sir Sol. And of course, our esteemed judges, please take a seat in the center. Escort. Si Sir Carla, escort po. Mga media po nasa on stage. Yan po. Ayan. Okay po, ready? Okay, last shot. Okay, thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you po. And again, a job well done to all the teams. And of course, we thank our panelists for the first round, no, for incredible questions. Kahit ako nahirapan pong sagutin on my own. Joke lang. So we'll have a 30-minute break, and then afterwards, we will proceed to the announcement of the top 3, I believe, finalists. So best of luck to everybody. We'll be back after 30 minutes.
Inspired by the Benildian expressions of the Lasallian core values, the De La Salle College of St. Benilde's School of Multidisciplinary Studies, or SMS, commits to providing a learning environment that ensures student success and fosters lifelong learning, and forming learners who value diversity and respect individual differences. As we champion learner-centeredness, inclusivity, innovation, and holistic education towards development of the students' global competitiveness, we are introducing a new program that commits to providing quality education that cultivates the whole person and invigorates passion in multiple disciplines. This is the Bachelor in Holistic Disciplines, or BHOLD program, the Benilde response to the needs of the times. It offers a transformational learning experience using variety of approaches that promote integral human development and success in one's future profession. It offers integrated curriculum that enable holistic environment of the self and cultivates technical expertise in any two of the following disciplines: contemporary communication, health and wellness, inclusion, and leadership and youth development studies. Behold is education for the next generation. It is holistic, innovative, integrative, and transformative. Graduates of the Behold program are expected to be integrative thinkers, critical problem solvers, people-oriented, proficient communicators, digitally fluent, and with a sense of optimal wellness. They provide a unique educational opportunity to become professionals in various settings such as learning institutions, government agencies, communities, and business organizations. And as a Behold graduate, you can have a future career as a creative writer, researcher, development officer, training specialist, liaison officer, human resource practitioner, fitness and recreation consultant, wellness and life coach, community health worker, and spiritual formator, among others. Behold graduates are learners geared towards lifelong learning. You may advance in your career or pursue postgraduate studies, law school, and even medical school. As a Behold graduate, you create your own path to success.
I am Heidi Diaz, and I am privileged to be a member of the Council of Advisors, Bachelor in Holistic Discipline, or BEHOLD. Go and behold.
I am Lenny Robredo, and I am honored to serve as part of the Council of Advisors for the De La Salle College of St. Benilde's new program offering Bachelor in Holistic Disciplines. We invite all of you to know more and consider this program in your college journey here in Benilde.
This is DLS CSB's Behold program, preparing you for a changeable environment of the future. Inspired by the Benildean expressions of the Lasallian core values, the De La Salle College of St. Benilde's School of Multidisciplinary Studies, or SMS, commits to providing a learning environment that ensures student success and fosters lifelong learning, and forming learners who value diversity and respect individual differences. As we champion learner-centeredness, inclusivity, innovation, and holistic education towards development of the students' global competitiveness, we are introducing a new program that commits to providing quality education that cultivates the whole person and invigorates passion in multiple disciplines. This is the Bachelor in Holistic Disciplines, or BEHOLD program, the Benilde's response to the needs of the times. It offers a transformational learning experience using a variety of approaches that promote integral human development and success in one's future profession. It offers integrated curriculum that enable holistic environment of the self and cultivates technical expertise in any two of the following disciplines: contemporary communication, health and wellness, inclusion, and leadership and youth development studies. Behold is education for the next generation. It is holistic, innovative, integrative, and transformative. Graduates of the Behold program are expected to be integrative thinkers, critical problem solvers, people-oriented, proficient communicators, digitally fluent, and with a sense of optimal wellness. They provide a unique educational opportunity to become professionals in various settings such as learning institutions, government agencies, communities, and business organizations. And as a Behold graduate, you can have a future career as a creative writer, researcher, development officer, training specialist, liaison officer, human resource practitioner, fitness and recreation consultant, wellness and life coach, community health worker, and spiritual formator, among others. Behold graduates are learners geared towards lifelong learning. You may advance in your career or pursue postgraduate studies, law school, and even medical school. As a Behold graduate, you create your own path to success.
I am Heidi Diaz, and I am privileged to be a member of the Council of Advisors, Bachelor in Holistic Discipline, or BEHOLD. Go and behold.
I am Lenny Robredo, and I am honored to serve as part of the Council of Advisors for the De La Salle College of St. Benilde's new program offering Bachelor in Holistic Disciplines. We invite all of you to know more and consider this program in your college journey here in Benilde.
This is DLS CSB's Behold program, preparing you for a changeable environment of the future.
Hi again, and good afternoon to our guests. We will commence the final round in 5 minutes.
Inspired by the Benildian
We'll start
expressions
po
of the
in 5
Lasallian core
minutes.
values,
Thank you.
the De La Salle College of St. Benilde's School of Multidisciplinary Studies, or SMS, commits to providing a learning environment that ensures student success and fosters lifelong learning, and forming learners who value diversity and respect individual differences. As we champion learner-centeredness, inclusivity, innovation, and holistic education towards development of the students' global competitiveness, we are introducing a new program that commits to providing quality education that cultivates the whole person and invigorates passion in multiple disciplines. This is the Bachelor in Holistic Disciplines, or BEHOLD program, the Benilde's response to the needs of the times. It offers a transformational learning experience using a variety of approaches that promote integral human development and success in one's future profession. It offers integrated curriculum that enable holistic environment of the self and cultivates technical expertise in any two of the following disciplines: contemporary communication, health and wellness, inclusion, and leadership and youth development studies. BEHOLD is education for the next generation. It is holistic, innovative, integrative, and transformative. Graduates of the BEHOLD program are expected to be integrative thinkers, critical problem solvers, people-oriented, proficient communicators, digitally fluent, and with a sense of optimal wellness. They provide a unique educational opportunity to become professionals in various settings such as learning institutions, government agencies, communities, and business organizations. And as a BEHOLD graduate, you can have a future career as a creative writer, researcher, development officer, training specialist, liaison officer, human resource practitioner, fitness and recreation consultant, wellness and life coach, community health worker, and spiritual formator, among others. BEHOLD graduates are learners geared towards lifelong learning. You may advance in your career or pursue postgraduate studies, law school, and even medical school. As a BEHOLD graduate, you create your own path to success.
I am Heidi Rubias, and I am privileged to be a member of the Council of Advisors, Bachelor in Holistic Discipline, or BEHOLD. Go and behold.
I am Lenny Robredo, and I am honored to serve as part of the Council of Advisors for the De La Salle College of St. Benilde's new program offering Bachelor in Holistic Disciplines. We invite all of you to know more and consider this program in your college journey here in Benilde.
This is DLS CSB's BEHOLD program, preparing you for a changeable environment of the future.
We will resume po in 2 minutes. Perhaps we could already invite once more our panel of judges to come to the stage in preparation for the second part of our program. Thank you. 3 na lang. Ikaw na mag-determine kung sino si 1, 2, tsaka 3. Oh, sige sir. Ito yung 1, 2, 3 na lang. Tapos sila na yung magsabi kung sino si 1, 2, 3. Yung una sir na papabunot mo, yung sequence ng presenters. Tapos hiwalay po yung sequence ng cases.
So hindi na yung sequence based on hindi na siya ma-mention
Hindi, hiwalay po ulit. 1, 2, 3 na lang sir yung ililipat natin. Gusto mo ito na lang yung student. Pero sila na lang pumili. Kung ano, ito yung student na hindi Okay. Welcome back, everybody. So we hope you had a refreshing break. Kumusta po? Now it's time to the moment we've been waiting for to reveal the teams, the presenters that will move to the final round.
May we call on Dr. Father Masong to announce the finalists.
Good afternoon, everyone. We had a very spirited discussion during the elimination round. And after our morning session and after the presentation of the 12 groups, we now present to you the following groups who will be proceeding to the final round. So this is also the order of presentation for the final round. So, okay. The first group who will go is in no particular order based on the scoring. The first group presenting for the final round is Group 2.
Animo Binil.
The second group who will be going to the final round and who will be next to present to the final round is Group 3.
Animo Lasal. Animo.
And the last group going to the final round is Group 9.
Wow, congratulations. Group 9. That's Adam. I'm not sure if we can declare the winners' names, but it's 2, 3, and 9. That's the sequence of the original presentations a while ago. Congratulations, presenters 2, presenters 3, and presenters 9. Goosebumps.
Once again, Ma'am Janina, let us give a round of applause for our participants.
Of course, to all our contestants, congratulations. A round of applause to all the SMEC schools. This will not be possible if all 15 schools didn't work together, no? If we didn't collaborate. So congratulations to all 15 schools, to our SMEC organizers, definitely, to our panelists. So yeah, congratulations to all the teams. All right, let that sink in because I believe wala nang patumpik-tumpik pa. We will immediately move forward to the final round. So, are the finalists ready? So this is it. The final round is where our top teams will go head-to-head on some of the most complex ethical issues. So again, best of luck to all our finalists.
May the best argument win.
And I think we can now request the 3 teams, except the first one, to stay in the room, and they will be asked to go to the holding room once more, I believe. Yeah. So, presenters 3 and 9, a while ago, you may return to the holding room for now. And then, presenter 2, please be ready. Yeah. 3 and 9, you may return to the holding room. And then Group 2, Team 2, please be ready. Sige. If presenters 2 are ready once more to go on a philosophical battle. And so while they are going to the stage, may we ask our SMEC representative to choose the case number.
The assigned case for our first presenter for the final round is case number 1.
That's case number 1. AI, please read case number 1. While waiting for the case to be read, just an update on the interpellation rules. I believe all judges will now ask
Case number
the
1.
question.
Lost in translation, navigating language barriers and academic integrity. A freshman college student, originally from China, faced significant challenges due to language barriers. The student, who had recently moved to the Philippines for his higher education, was enrolled in a constitution class, a critical course that demanded a strong grasp of political and legal terminologies often unfamiliar to non-native speakers. During a scheduled examination, the student encountered considerable difficulty with the complex wording of the test questions, which used intricate legal vocabulary. Feeling that his comprehension was hindered by his limited familiarity with such specialized language, he approached his professor for assistance. He specifically asked if he could use his electronic translator to better understand the test questions, hoping that this would level the playing field and allow him to fairly demonstrate his knowledge of the subject matter. Understanding the student's predicament and wanting to accommodate his needs, the professor granted permission to use the electronic translator. Relieved, the student resumed his examination, utilizing the device to translate various difficult words and phrases. This tool proved essential in helping him grasp the nuances of the questions, enabling him to respond more accurately based on his actual understanding of the course content. However, as the student progressed through the test, he arrived at a section explicitly labeled definitions, where students were required to explain specific terms. Here, he continued to use his translator, typing in terms such as unalienable and receiving precise definitions directly from the device. This section of the exam was critical, as it tested students' direct knowledge of key constitutional concepts by asking for exact definitions rather than interpretations or broader understanding. After completing the test, the student submitted his answers, confident that he had addressed the questions to the best of his ability. The results later revealed that he achieved one of the highest grades in the class, a testament to his thorough preparation and possibly the assistance provided by the electronic translator.
All right, so that's case number 1. You have 2 minutes to confer. Last 5 seconds.
Okay, you may start.
Hello. Okay. So, good afternoon to the esteemed judges and to everyone. So, first and foremost, with the case given to us today, in which a non-native or non-English speaker is studying the constitution of the class, a constitution class, he uses an electronic translator to essentially bypass a certain part of the exam that he should have studied for. My team and I stand, especially for this case, is that it is ethical to use a translator during the process, let us be clear, during the process of studying and learning during lectures and reviewing. However, we don't believe and we don't stand with the idea that it should be used during examinations, especially in a part where he needs definitions to be memorized on his own. We want to point out that the exam that he took was for a constitution class, in which the exam is there to test the students and their understanding on what the Constitution is, meaning that they need these exact terminologies to be understood by heart, that it is internalized within them and understood in their own, in the best of their capabilities. So now we look at this case with the idea and the lens of moral personhood. This student knew that he needed this exam to pass. He knew that he needed that specific part of the exam to have high grades in order for him to not retake the exam. That being said, he also knew it was wrong. He had every chance and every moment in that time of the exam to reason against it, to reason against cheating, because he knew that if he cheated, he would violate the school rules against cheating, in which it gave him the answers instead of leading him to understanding the questions. That being said, he also, by cheating, also violates the framework of prudence. Thank you.
In conclusion, our team believes that fairness in the classroom means accommodating certain learning challenges. And in this case, that means one of those learning challenges is the language barrier. Our team would like to point out that it is a scheduled exam. The student must have had the time to be able to learn prior what the topics covered, what the lesson was covered. In this case, the non-native speaker was unethical as a moral agent in that they should have upheld academic integrity, as well as was not prudent in that he used it during an exam, even though the professor allowed it to understand only the questions and not to answer those questions. And that is where he was unethical by moral personhood and prudence. And,
Okay. And lastly, the student should have studied better for the exam, since it is a scheduled exam and the time from the announcement of the examination to the day of the actual examination should have been spent wisely. The professor should have also not allowed the usage of a translator during said examination to ensure fairness between all examinees. And this solution would have provided sufficient accommodation to the non-native speaker while also upholding an academic environment that is just for all students in said constitution class. Thank you.
Okay, there you go. I think we can now proceed to the interpellation. Yes. We have 5 minutes for the final round to interpellate.
Ayan. Good afternoon. I'd like to ask, in a time in which accommodation has become an imperative, especially in the realm of education, was it justified for the teacher to accommodate, to allow the student to use that electronic translator?
To clarify, to use that translator during exams? Our team believes that the just accommodation would have been to allow that student to use a translator during classes and allow that student to be able to ask as many questions as possible during classes. But we stand that it is not ethical for the professor to have allowed the use of the translator during the exam because not everyone was allowed the same accommodation. So if the professor should have allowed the electronic translator the same academic advantage or accommodation should have been given to the other students in that class.
Additionally po, if the electronic translator was allowed, while it is good to trust in the student that he would only use it to understand certain questions, cases like this where the student is aware that, if I were to use this right now, it would give me the answer. So the reason why we stand against using an electronic translator in this exam was because it was made to specifically test your memorization skills and understanding of the Constitution.
I'm not so sure if you have had experience, but understanding is one thing in terms of, like being able to give the right answer, right? But another thing is actually the capacity, your capacity to be able to express your understanding. Granted that this student was really not, does not have a full grasp of the language yet, wouldn't you think it's justifiable that the person uses a translator to be able to craft his answer such that it would be understandable for the professor to fairly grade him?
We do recognize the difference between understanding, memorizing these specific terminologies and being able to express on, how you understand the specific terminologies. But the case stated that in this class, explicit and specific ways of how to define those terminologies were needed, and that's why it was unethical for the student to use the translator.
We do want to mention that while it is it would be good to think that the student should have these accommodations, seeing as they cannot speak the language very well yet. We do believe that maybe the professor could have had a different solution rather than using a translator. Maybe he could have reworded these terminologies so that it could lead the student to the answer instead of allowing the student to get the answer immediately. We do believe that assistive things like the translator is ethical to lead the students to the answer but not give it directly po.
Okay, considering that, of course, based on the case that is being presented, the reality is that the student, the intention here is clearly to level the playing field because it is disadvantageous for this particular Chinese freshman college student, to level the playing field, the professor allowed that device to be used during the examination. Now, that's the reality already. Now, of course, you may have your own suggestions or opinions of what could have been done, but that's what happened. Now, for you to diagnose the ethical thickness of the situation, do you actually think that it was ethical? Or if it was not ethical, what could have been, what could be the situation wherein such a device being used by this particular freshman student would be allowable or acceptable in this particular situation?
Hello po. So thank you po for that question. First, we want to reiterate our stand, which is we understand that these accommodations were right to not to allow the student to feel like they have a level playing field. However, like what I mentioned po a while ago, it's really the fact that it was on the student to decide to either not use the translator to get the exact answers of these definitions, or to take them and cheat. And for us, we believe that the way that it could have gone would be that the professor allows the translator during the questions where it asks the students for an answer. However, it shouldn't be used during a part of the test where it needs them to define these terminologies.
Hello. I also like to add that it could be seen in two parts, wherein on the part of the professor, it can be seen as ethical, as they're simply providing accommodations for their student. But on the student's part, it could be seen as unethical because even though they used this accommodation, they used it in a very dishonest way as they used it for cheating. So in a sense, in like layman's terms, parang may tawag ito, inaabuso niya yung he was abusing the accommodations given to him. So yeah. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much.
There you go. Thank you very much to our, this is presenter 2 a while ago. So now presenter 1, very good.
May we now proceed to the next finalist. May I invite the representative of the second finalist to draw out a ball for your case. Representative from De La Salle. The case assigned to our second finalist is case number 2. AI, please.
Echo chamber effect. A major news organization develops a personalized news delivery system powered by AI, designed to curate articles based on individual users' browsing histories, preferences, and social media activity. The system aims to improve the user experience by delivering content that aligns with their specific interests, ensuring that they stay informed on topics that are most relevant to them. The news outlet claims that the system helps users access more engaging and tailored content, leading to an enhanced overall experience. Initially, the system was highly successful. Users report enjoying the convenience of receiving news that matches their tastes, and the outlet sees an increase in engagement and profitability. However, as time goes on, some users begin to notice a pattern. They are increasingly exposed to content that confirms their existing beliefs and ideologies, while articles that challenge their perspectives are rarely shown. These users start to feel as though they are in an echo chamber, where they only hear viewpoints similar to their own and are isolated from opposing opinions. This phenomenon raises concerns about the long-term effects of such algorithms. Some argue that these personalized news systems risk deepening political and social polarization by reinforcing biases and reducing the likelihood of meaningful engagement with differing viewpoints. Others worry that the emphasis on user engagement may inadvertently contribute to the spread of misinformation, as sensational or extreme content that aligns with a user's preferences could be more likely to appear in their feed, even if it is not factually accurate. In addition, there are growing concerns that the reliance on algorithms to curate content could undermine trust in media organizations. Users may become skeptical of the news they consume, wondering if it has been tailored to manipulate them or reinforce their beliefs, rather than inform them objectively. This shift could erode public confidence in journalism, especially if the algorithms are seen as promoting specific ideologies or fostering division, rather than providing a balanced, informative news experience. On the other hand, the company defends the algorithm, arguing that it simply reflects user behavior. The system is designed to maximize engagement by presenting content that users are most likely to enjoy and share. The organization asserts that it is ultimately up to users to actively seek out diverse perspectives, and the algorithm is simply responding to user preferences rather than shaping them. The company further argues that the personalized nature of the system enhances user satisfaction and helps them stay informed in a fast-paced digital environment. Amid these debates, some individuals within the organization call for a re-evaluation of the system, suggesting that the company should take more responsibility for the content that reaches its users. They argue that media outlets have an ethical obligation to present diverse viewpoints and encourage critical thinking, even if it means prioritizing these values over engagement metrics. Others worry that altering the algorithm to expose users to a broader range of perspectives could lead to a decline in user satisfaction, reduced engagement, and, ultimately, lower profits.
You have 2 minutes to dwell on the case. Your time begins now.
Thank you. Here are the facts of the case. There's a personalized news delivery system that is AI-powered, whose algorithms are based on tailored content, user preferences, and it was initially reported to be successful under a baseline of user satisfaction. Nonetheless, the threat of polarization, echo chamber effect, and diversity of opinion stifle the success of these news delivery systems. From here, we can infer that it seems that algorithms now control people rather than people controlling what they view online. This leads to the justification of reevaluating the system and whether this news company has the ethical obligation to enter the content discussions online. Now, we have a responsibility problem, and in fact, we think that the echo chamber effect is the main source of the tension, which I will allow my teammate to discuss further.
Thank you for that, Sergio. Now, the echo chamber aspect of this case is actually evident with how the algorithm favors one side of the discussion based on the user's preference. Now, this does base bias to their views and ideologies, which then ultimately impedes their moral judgment, which by there follows their moral reasoning, and then ultimately their moral progress. Going from there, my teammate Moira will be elaborating on further the claim and framework that will elucidate and synergize the facts and the tension.
Thank you, Sophia. The main focus that we will be taking here is that we believe in moral progress, and moral progress in the sense that intellectual virtue is in favor of moral progress. So we will use the theses of Tyler Wark, practical utility thesis, and conflictive social reasoning thesis as solutions for the echo chamber effect, since the main issue of echo chambers is that they pose solidifying opinions among people, and with the news organization as the main moral agent here, other than the users of the personalized user, of the algorithm, then it is more the responsibility of the news organization to make sure that their content are objective. And with the practical utility thesis, the assumption is that we have moral judgments, and by these moral judgments, sometimes they are poor. We need moral discussions to improve our moral judgments, and this is when we have moral reasoning. With reasoning, we have intellectual capacities to clarify these moral reasonings, and with moral reasoning, we have moral progress. And the conflictive social reasoning thesis is to assert that it is important that we see diversified opinions. We need to see different perspectives from our own, and this is how we avoid doxastic addiction, which is the case where we see how people get trapped into these belief systems that are very different from the standard, or very vast political polarizations and belief gaps. The problem here is also that the profit problem of the company is what they are highlighting, which is against the common good. As a news organization, it is their ethical imperative to deliver objective information that is beneficial to the common people, and not just for user satisfaction. Because what do we want? Do we want the truth, or do we want to be satisfied? And everyone, as Socrates would say, is looking for the good, whether they know it or not. Thank you.
May we now give the floor to the panel of members.
So initially you were, well, I figure from what you're saying that you're not in favor of creating echo chambers, right? And you're talking about the development of moral judgments, right? So I'd like you to explicitly maybe highlight the effect of the moral chamber on the exercise of human freedom.
Sorry, may I clarify that? Echo chambers as a threat to moral freedom?
I'm not saying a threat, but what is its effect in the exercise of human freedom?
I wouldn't necessarily say that it is a threat to moral freedom, but rather the thoughts that we have, since our moral judgments are often socially influenced, then they are in a way influencing of our moral freedoms. Since when our beliefs are constantly reinforced, we may have a tendency to lean into extremes. And this is why people of differing opinions in the context of an echo chamber would also discredit those outside the chamber. And this is how we get extremist groups in a sense sometimes. Like in intellectual spaces, people would also highlight the importance of intellectual virtues such as open-mindedness. But in the case of echo chambers, by discrediting those outside the chamber, there is the intellectual vice of then closed-mindedness and cynicism or suspicion. And that, in a way, would be a threat to moral freedom because it is threatening to moral progress itself.
Hello. To add to that, I'd like to state another effect of these echo chambers. We believe in our group that these echo chambers can lead to people being more prone to misinformation because these news providers, well, as you know, as they give us news and data about certain topics, people become prone to having this confirmation bias. So online, they are looking for more information that supports their current belief.
Okay. On my part, I like to focus more on the case itself that is presented, because it says here that this is a news algorithm, and it aims to develop a news delivery system, and then this system is actually powered by AI. Now, it is said here that the AI is designed to curate articles based on individual users' browsing histories, preferences, and social media activity. And this case says that, in effect, what will happen is the what we call echo chamber effect. No? Because basically, what you end up searching will be replicated, and the only thing that you'll be hearing would be the kind of things that you're searching. Now, okay, no problem with that. But perhaps, just seeing it from this perspective, keep in mind that the AI, the algorithm, was written specifically to curate articles based on the individual user's browsing histories, preferences, and social media activity. Don't you think that the echo chamber effect was actually the problem of the person rather than the AI? Because you see, like in my case, if I'm going to search for news, and being a person that is probably, I make an effort to be ethical, see things from different perspectives, then I will try to look for different news outlets who do provide different perspectives on certain global affairs. Let's just say, I would watch CNN, I would watch Fox News, I would watch Al Jazeera and other news outlets, and they all provide news always from different perspective. Now, if that is my browsing history, preferences, and social media activity, and the news algorithm is written specifically to replicate, to curate articles based on those things, then I will never encounter echo chamber effect. Because I myself am quite critical, I try to do more research than is required of me. So in the end, if ever there's an echo chamber effect, it's not the problem of the algorithm. It's the problem of the person who is actually searching for news and articles. What do you think about that?
I think relegating it to individual responsibility obfuscates that there is an algorithmic and systemic harm that's being done onto the individual, such that they cannot account for their moral development after they evaluated themselves as being morally deficient. What I mean to say here is that institutions have this institutional power that is greatly diminished, that greatly diminishes the individual's capacity to change. We do not want moral development to be stymied and crystallized. We want it to be dynamic and changing depending on the experiences that the moral person seeks out. Rather than making this a problem of the individual, specifically about the individual, we want to consider that there's a power dynamic here that really defines the problem of the echo chamber effect, not as an individual or moral problem exclusive to the self, but a societal one. I think my teammate wants to add something more about this.
I think it's very interesting how you actually phrased that question for us. And I think what should be highlighted perhaps could also be that there is a design in the AI system itself. Because if it were to create a personalized news algorithm based on the user's preferences, based on their browsing history, then should it follow that it should also suggest counter arguments, counter sides to that specific curated preference of the individual. Because if the news is supposed to allow us to think critically of real life events, and to think critically is to know both sides of the same coin, we need to paint the whole picture, not just half of it, in order to fully assess what exactly is our stance on a particular matter, and of course, to cultivate intellectual humility. Thank you.
Simply stated, we are not exempted from the responsibility of catering to our own moral progress. It's just that we believe that these news providers have the power, they have the responsibility to provide us the news and data that we need. And that's it.
Thank you. Perhaps you have heard of the paradox, if everything is blue, then nothing is blue, as an example of the echo chamber effect. My question is very simple. What ethical obligation or responsibility that is inherently violated by media news outfits in personalized news, the use of in applying or the use of application of personalized news algorithms? What ethical obligation is inherently violated?
The inherent ethical obligation that is violated in the sense of echo chambers in the side of the news organization is intellectual open-mindedness. And as we've stated before, it is the imperative of the news organization to deliver the news. And so being the epistemic authority in this case, it is highlighted that they are carrying more
Thank you,
weight.
second group finalists. Let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you. Hello. So I think we're now ready to have, thank you, the third and last, but not least, the last presenter. And while waiting for them to enter the plenary, may we invite the representative to kindly choose a case. I believe that's also the last case anyway. For formality. All right, they're here. Welcome. You may now take the stage. So the case assigned to them is also case number 9. So yeah, case number 9 for our final team. AI, please read.
The use of AI in judicial systems around the world is increasing, creating more ethical questions to explore. AI could presumably evaluate cases and apply justice in a better, faster, and more efficient way than a judge. AI methods can potentially have a huge impact in a wide range of areas, from the legal professions and the judiciary to aiding the decision-making of legislative and administrative public bodies. For example, they can increase the efficiency and accuracy of lawyers in both counseling and litigation, with benefits to lawyers, their clients, and society as a whole. Existing software systems for judges can be complemented and enhanced through AI tools to support them in drafting new decisions. This trend towards the ever-increasing use of autonomous systems has been described as the automatization of justice. Some argue that AI could help create a fairer criminal judicial system, in which machines could evaluate and weigh relevant factors better than humans, taking advantage of its speed and large data ingestion. AI would therefore make decisions based on informed decisions devoid of any bias and subjectivity. But there are many ethical challenges. Lack of transparency of AI tools. AI decisions are not always intelligible to humans. AI is not neutral. AI-based decisions are susceptible to inaccuracies, discriminatory outcomes, embedded or inserted bias. Surveillance practices for data gathering and privacy of court users. New concerns for fairness and risk for human rights and other fundamental values.
Okay, you have 2 minutes to confer. Okay, you have 5 minutes to present your case.
The increasing integration of artificial intelligence in the worldwide judicial system has sparked an ethical debate regarding its implications on justice and human rights. AI presents itself as a tool capable of increasing efficiency, accuracy, and impartiality. Proponents argue that AI can process cases more swiftly, provide more consistent rulings, and eliminate biases. However, concerns are raised about neutrality, transparency, and fairness in decision-making. One of the philosophers focused on AI, Mark Zuckerberg, says that AI systems like DeepMind's AlphaGo process in ways that are inscrutable to human observers. This raises an issue on control and accountability. Our team believes that AI can help enhance the judicial processes, but the sole power to interpret laws lies on human judicial systems, or a judicial body consisting of human beings. So,
the introduction of artificial intelligence in legal courts presents problems and risks. However, there is an opportunity here. AI can assist, but as again mentioned by my colleague, it should not replace the human judge. In the end, it is still the human judge who will sign the verdict, who will still be accountable in that verdict, etc. AI can aid in legalizing or analyzing legal data, interpreting patterns, and ensuring consistency. There are concerns that are raised with regards to transparency, bias, and the dehumanization of courts. However, all of this can be addressed through coming into one thing: human authority. It can AI can produce opaque decision making. It can, however, by treating it as a mere critical advisory body, we can overcome that concern. Second, it is not inherently neutral. It is still basing its ideas or its outcomes in historical data, as presented by a Belgian philosopher, Mark Kuckelberg. Still, it is still under the judge's discretion and consideration. Lastly, automation or dehumanization. AI can be used for streamlined researching. Again, it can enhance the legal process. The legal process is a slow one, and it needs this enhancement. Another thing about legal process is that it is not purely objective. It is also subjective. It is highly emotional. From the filing of cases, filing a counter affidavit, during the trial, it is highly emotional. You present witnesses with psychological totalities. All of these are emotional processes. Again, AI can assist in legal decision making. There is this theory by Martha Nussbaum. She calls rendering justice as poetic justice. Meaning to say there is this importance of poetry, human imagination, of subjectivity in achieving justice. And we as a society has a responsibility for this.
In this light, AI's role in the judiciary should not be dismissed outright, but rather carefully integrated within a framework that preserves human oversight. So long as the authority rests on the judge, AI can be a constructive force in legal system, enhancing efficiency while ensuring that fairness, accountability, and human discretion are paramount. AI lacks the moral reasoning necessary for genuine justice, reducing legal rulings into algorithmic calculations rather than thoughtful deliberations. As Mark Kuckelberg warns, AI's encroachment into human decision-making raises profound ethical concerns about our agency and dignity. Therefore, AI's integration into the judiciary without sufficient safeguards threatens the integrity of justice, rather than enhancing it. Thank you.
Once more, we will now proceed to the final set of interpellation.
Thank you very much. Well, we have seen the advantages of using AI in the court of law, such as speed, efficiency. Can speed and efficiency outweigh the importance of human touch in adjudicating cases?
The speed and efficiency is outweighed by the human touch, because when you judge a case, you do not just rely on the technical aspect of it. There is a human touch that also dwells on psychology. In psychology, there is no two similar cases. One person has very different experiences from the other, and AI cannot capture that. So human touch, the human nature, very significant in legal processes, are more important than being efficient and being fast in decision-making in legal decisions.
While it is true that our team recognizes that AI can enhance judicial processes, but it is also true that the human judicial body as a whole has the sole power to interpret the law. So in the end, AI can be used in technicalities such as minor correction of grammatical errors in filing cases. But as we have mentioned, as my colleagues has mentioned earlier, there is a human element during court proceedings. It is highly emotional and it is physically tolling.
Thank you for that. Then I'd like to have a follow-up because it is very true. I'm sure you've seen so many movies and series highlighting the drama in court scenes, right? And we also see how the subjective element, appealing to the emotions and stuff like that, can either enhance or cloud the judgment, of those who have to eventually look at cases and like deliver justice to whoever is asking for it. I guess it's important also to see how objectivity plays a big role in the deliverance of justice, no? But I don't know if since AI can actually provide that objectivity, I'm not so sure if on your part, if you see that should objectivity take precedence over all the other criteria in terms of delivering justice?
As we have already argued earlier, objectivity, just like when you focus on processes being fast or efficient, should not be more important than the other aspects like the human aspects, because we believe it should be on equal grounds. They should work together. Not the other one on a higher power or overwhelm the other, but they should be like a pair of wings. They should arrive at justice like a pair of wings. Objectivity is very important, but in legal processes, the human aspect, like psychology and the other, like determining the guilt of a person, can only be done in person. So those aspects are both important. They should be on equal grounds.
Okay, sorry. I was thinking somebody was going to say something. Regarding, it's very good that you were able to highlight that in the end, what AI can produce is basically just legal opinion and never a judgment, because judgment is always the human factor, the element that's part of the human oversight in the legal system. And it's very good that you were able to highlight that justice is a human reality and not a mathematical or even a logical concept. No. There is this very famous saying that justice delayed is justice denied. No? And it appears in this case, particularly presented, that what AI can contribute in the judicial process is that, to avoid delayed justice. Why? Because what AI provides is a better, faster, and more efficient way of proceeding with the judicial process, such that what can even speak of an automatization of justice. So if that is the case, don't you think that a speedy justice would also result in some kind of injustice?
We have agreed to point out that the swiftness of justice should not jeopardize fairness. It can be swift, but only objectively. I mean, in the objective aspect. But it can be swift, but taking for granted the very important human aspect. AI is fast because it doesn't have that human aspect that it takes time to consider. It takes time to interpret. It takes time to deliberate. So.
But that's exactly the problem with, in a sense that the very reason why justice sometimes takes time is not just because of the data that is produced, but because of how people process emotions, how people process cases, how people grow into maturity. That's why sometimes things do take time because of that human element in the judicial process. No? Don't you think that automatization of justice actually steals a lot of the human element there? No, because you see, the human element is not just a question of deciding. It's also a question of processing, no, certain things, coming up with certain realizations based on your own specific experiences. So that's exactly my question. Don't you think that trying to hurry things up, no, can actually steal the human element of the judicial process?
As we have pointed out, it will not technically steal the human processes because we have specified that AI can assist in ministerial or clerical tasks only. Only when you're submitting a pleading or filing a case, the AI can decide very fastly if it's acceptable or not. But on the other cases, the human cases, the important aspects should be decided by the human judicial body.
Thank you very much.
There you go. A round of applause to our third and final speaker. Thank you. And also a round of applause, of course, to our esteemed panel of judges. So that wraps up our final round, and our judges will now deliberate, and we will be announcing the winner soon. And as they deliberate, let's take this moment to unwind and enjoy a special intermission performance prepared by Mr. Paul Arcega, a third-year music production student from Benilde School of Arts, Culture, and Performance. A round of applause to Mr. Arcega. Again, a round of applause to our student performer.
Good afternoon. I know your eyes in the morning sun. I feel you touch me in the pouring rain. In the moment that you wander far from me, I wanna feel you in my arms again. Then you come to me on a summer breeze, keep me warm in your love, then you softly leave. Then it's me you need to show. How deep is your love? Is your love? How deep is your love? I really mean to learn, 'cause we're living in a world of fools, breaking us down when they all should let us be. We belong to you and me. I believe in you. You hold the door to my very soul. You're the light in my deepest, darkest hour. You're my savior when I call. And you may not think that I care for you, when you know down inside that I really do. But But it's me you need to show. How deep is your love? Is your love? How deep is your love? I really mean to learn. 'Cause we're living in a world of fools, breaking us down when they all should let us be. We belong to any. Then you come to me on a summer breeze, keep me warm in your love, then you softly leave. Then it's me you need to show. How deep is your love? Is your love? How deep is your love? I really mean to learn. 'Cause we're living in a world of fools, breaking us down when they all should let us be. We belong to you and me. And good afternoon to everyone. To those who are Benildians, what up? Anyways, to those who are non-Benildian, welcome to Benild. Ako po si Paul Arcega. I am a third-year music production student at your service tonight to bring you entertainment while you're waiting in agony sa mga results. Pero pampalubag loob po sa inyo, ako po ay kakanta ng mga awitin na sana alam nyo. So, hindi ko napapatagalin pa. Here's the second song. It needs no introduction, so sing along if you picked it up. There I was, an empty piece of a shell, just minding my own world without even knowing what love and life are all about. Then you came, you brought me out of the shell. You gave the world to me, and before I knew, there I was, so in love with you. You gave me a reason for my being, and I love what I'm feeling. Very good. You gave me a meaning to my life. Yes, I've gone beyond existing. And it all began when I met you. I love the touch of your hair. And when I look in your eyes, I just know, I know I'm on to something good. And I'm sure my love for you will endure. Your love will light up my world and take all my cares away where they can bother me. You gave me a reason for my being, and I love what I'm feeling. You gave me a meaning to my life. Yes, I've gone beyond existing. And it all began when I met you. You taught me how to love. You showed me a tomorrow. Today my love was distant from the yesterday. I knew you taught me to love, and darling, I will always cherish you. Today, tomorrow, and forever. Thank you. Then I'm sure when evening comes around, I know we'll be making love like never before. my love. Who could ask for more? You gave me a reason for my being, and I love what I'm feeling. You gave me a meaning to my life. Yes, I've gone beyond existing. And it all began when I met you. When I met you. You gave me a reason for my being, and I love what I'm feeling. You gave me a meaning to my life. Yes, I've gone beyond existing. And it all began when I met you. You guys did great. When I met you. And that was judges, are you doing great? Okay lang po ba kayo? Okay pa ba kayo dyan, guys? Ayan, magaan na ba loob nyo? Hindi pa ba kayo takot sa result? Joke lang. Anyways, ako po ulit si Paul. I'm down to my last song. And although I won't be singing any originals today, plug ko na rin. I'm a singer-songwriter here in Benilde, so I got songs on Spotify. You could check that out later on. But for this last song, I want y'all to sing on the top of your lungs. Alright? Alam kong medyo bawal magsumayaw kasi hindi naman ethics bowl to eh. So we have to be ethical. Joke lang. Wait lang, sorry. Ayoko ma-challenge yung ethics ko ngayon, so... Anyways. Sabay kayo, ha? I'm sure you know this. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. You'd be like heaven to touch. And I wanna hold you so much. At long last love has arrived. And I thank God I'm alive. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. Pardon the way that I stare. There's nothing else to compare. The sight of you leaves me weak, and there's nothing else left to speak. And if you feel what I feel, please let me know that it's real. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. Everybody. And I love you, baby. And if it's quite alright, I need you, baby, to warm a lonely night. I love you, baby. Trust in me when I say, and oh, pretty baby, don't let me down, I pray. Oh, pretty baby, know that I found you, stay. Let me love you, baby. Let me love you. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. You'd be like heaven to touch. And I wanna hold you so much. At long last love has arrived. And I thank God I'm alive. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. Pardon the way that I stare. There's nothing else to compare. The sight of you leaves me weak, and there's nothing else left to speak. And if you feel what I feel, please let me know that it's real. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. Everybody now. I love you, baby. Come on. And if it's quite alright, I need you, baby, to warm a lonely night. I love you, baby. Trust in me when I say, oh, pretty baby, don't let me down, I pray. Oh, pretty baby, know that I found you, stay. Let me love you, baby. Let me love you.
All right. You guys did great. And congratulations sa mananalo. I want to shout out my profs, Sir Julius and Sir Carl. Ayan. Hi guys. Anyways, that's it for me, all. Thank you guys so much. Ako po si Paul Arcega, and have a great afternoon. Congratulations po sa inyo lahat.
Thank you, Paul. I'm sure pinakilig mo ang being naming lahat, di ba? Philosophical joke, by the way. So yeah, you made our beings flutter. Daming nakangiti, kinikilig talaga sila. No? Parang hinaharana tayo personally ni Paul. Salamat po. So, yeah. Now back to the game. May we, at this juncture, we will proceed, before we announce the winners, we will now proceed to the awarding of certificates to the panel of judges, certificates as well for our SMEC Ethics Committee representatives, and later on to all our contestants. So hopefully all 12 participating teams are still with us at the moment. So, may we invite here on stage to announce the winners by the head of the panel of judges, together with the SMS Dean, Dean Jenny, with the chair of the SMEC Ethics Bowl Committee. For the awarding, maybe we invite them here on stage. Yeah, so may we call on Professor Heidi Claire D., our SMEC Ethics Chair. A round of applause, please. And then we also have Professor Aldino Gonzalez, SMEC Ethics Vice Chair, and of course, our SMS Dean, Dr. Jennifer B. Fabula, to award the certificate for our panel of judges.
Okay, before we award the winners, let me read the certificate. South Manila Educational Consortium Ethics Bowl 2025 Certificate of Appreciation is presented to Father Kenneth D. Masong in grateful acknowledgement to being part of the panel of judges of the South Manila Educational Consortium Ethics Bowl 2025 with the theme Exploring the Ethical Challenges of Artificial Intelligence, Misinformation, and Cultivating Intellectual Virtues in the Digital Age. Given this 28th day of February 2025 at the Augusto Rosario Gonzalez Theater, De La Salle College of St. Benilde, Manila, Philippines. Signed, Professor Heidi Claire D. and yours truly, Jennifer B. Fabula.
Okay, with the same citation, this is presented to Dr. Maria Asuncion L. Magsino.
And the third, of course, we'd like to appreciate the presence of Dr. Eva Aurora D. Kaluweng, this certificate with the same citation.
May we invite all of our judges to take a photo with our SMEC committee. There you go. A round of applause, a warm round of applause to our judges. Salamat po.
May we call all the SMEC Ethics Committee members to receive your certificate of appreciation.
All SMEC representatives, may we kindly invite you to please go on stage to receive your certificates.
So allow me to read the citation. South Manila Educational Consortium Ethics Bowl 2025 present their certificate of appreciation to the SMEC Ethics Committee, okay, in no particular order later. In grateful acknowledgement of being one of the representatives of the SMEC Ethics Bowl Committee of South Manila Educational Consortium Ethics Bowl 2025 with a team exploring the ethical challenges of artificial intelligence, formation, and cultivating intellectual virtues in the digital age. Given this 28th day of February 2025 at the Augusto Rosario Gonzalez Theater, De La Salle College of St. Benilde. Sign, yours truly, and of course, Dr. Jennifer B. Fabula, the Dean of School of Multidisciplinary Studies at De La Salle College of St. Benilde. Thank you so much, my dear Tim.
A round
This
of
is
applause
it.
to all our SMEC leaders. Salamat po.
May I invite also the representatives of AAC, PNU to please come on stage. Dr. Jess Beronio. Miss Eliza Torres. Okay, there. All right. So, really, Naldo Villegas. They're not around. Okay. And Ferdinand Soledad. Ferdinand Soledad. Okay. Eleanor Baiten. Yes, Eleanor Baiten. Then, for Minchita Dumlao, may I request a representative for PW to take the certificate? Okay. Then, Miss Nenita Brocoy. Then, of course, Miss Christine Odette Negado. Dr. Doris Benavides. Okay. So, representative PWU. Okay. So that is. Okay. How about a representative from UP Manila? May I request you to take that certificate of Dr. Doris Benavides? Representative. Okay. How about the coach daw po? The coach from UP Manila? Lanzo. Okay. Thank you. All right. So thank you so much. Okay, let's have
Group
the photo.
photo daw po. There you go. Oh, our warm thanks to the SMEC Ethics Bowl Committee. A round of applause, please. Lahat ng schools po, tatawagin na. Yes. Now on to, may we now call all the SMEC Ethics Bowl contestants along with their coaches to receive their certificate of participation. So hopefully everyone is still here. We will call each school one by one. So first off, we have Adamson University. Please, we invite you to come here on stage to receive your certificate. Thank you so much, Adamson. Kindly stay for a short photo op. While they're taking their photos, perhaps anybody lost their earbuds. Baka po may nawawalan ng earbuds. You may claim it here. 7 Select is the brand. Ayan po. Alright, the next school, of course, we have De La Salle College of St. Benilde. We invite our contestants and our coaches. There you go. Thank you, Benilde. And now we have De La Salle University. May we invite our contestants and their coaches to please come on stage. There you go. Thank you, DLSU. Next up, we have Emilio Aguinaldo College. So may we invite our contestants from Emilio Aguinaldo College along with their coach to receive their certificate. They're not around, so I think we can proceed to the next team. We have Lyceum of the Philippines University. Where is Lyceum? Ayun po. Please come on stage to receive your certificates. Thank you, Lyceum of the Philippines. Next, may we invite on stage the representatives from Mapua University. There you go. Thank you, Mapua. Alright. Andito pa po ba ang pamantasan ng lungsod ng Maynila, of course. PLM represent. You may now please come on stage to receive your certificates. Alright, thank you, PLM. Next, we have Philippine Normal University. May we invite the contestants and the coaches from PNU. Do we have, where are the representatives? Yes po. Okay, thank you, PNU. Next, we have Philippine Women's University. May we invite the contestants and the coach representing PWU to come on stage, please. All right, thank you, PWU. What's next? All right, so may we invite the representatives from St. Paul University, Manila. Thank you, St. Paul. Next, we have St. Scholastica's College. May we invite our representatives? to receive your certificate. All right. We have University of the Philippines, Manila. May we request our contestants and the coaches representing UP Manila to receive your certificates. Not here. It seems po, wala daw po. Sige po. All right. Okay. The moment we've been waiting for, ito na talaga. Sige, sir.
What will our winners receive? The finalists will receive a cash prize, and the champion gets to keep the trophy until the next Ethics Bowl. And of course, the bragging rights as SMEC Ethics Bowl 2025 champion.
Yes. So to announce the winner, along with our SMEC committee members, may we... Okay. So, meron pang pa-suspense ulit. Bago pang winner, may best speakers pa po pala. So, best speakers first, and then, totoo na talaga. Yung kanina hindi pa pala totoo. Joke lang.
Ayun, yung tatlo.
So may we request the three finalists, the three groups, to come up because our judges do not know your names. So you have to come up here. Okay, so please come up again. The three teams, top three teams, finalists, because our judges, of course, do not know your name. So please come up here. O, dito po. Ayan, dito. So we have, make a line. Po dito. Yan. So don't be shy. So De La Salle University, yes. And then De La Salle College of St. Benilde, and of course Adamson University. Yan. Okay.
So I think Doc Eva.
Tatap nila. Okay.
Best speaker. Din kasi. Ano ba? Based on beauty po ba? Beauty pageant na pala to bigla.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
What's your name?
Oliver Brian Botton.
From Adamson University, our best speaker is Oliver Brian Botton. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Oliver.
What's your name? Trishan Angel. Oh, yes. So from the College of St. Benilde, Trishan Angel Kaunan.
Congratulations,
Thank you.
Trisha, representing Benilde, and of course from the LSU.
And from DS, your name is Jose Gerard Luis Esguerra from De La Salle University. Congratulations.
There you go. Congratulations, Mr. Esguerra, representing DLSU. So, wag na daw pong umalis kasi we will now announce the winners for real.
Siguro akyat sila sa
Yeah. So I believe Doc Eva will be the one the chair will be announce the ranking. There, basically everyone's a winner here. Sige. Okay. Sige. Okay, Miss Universe moment. Everyone will hold their hands.
Hello. On behalf of the Board of Judges, would like to congratulate everybody for participating in this event. I know how important this event is to you, and the amount of preparation that you have exerted cannot be overemphasized. Palakpakan niyo naman ang inyong mga sarili. Lahat ng mga kandidato. And sabi ko nga maikli lang to, no, para ma-thrill pa sila. Of course, humans will always be subjective, but despite our subjectivities, we were able to come up with an objective result because the decision is unanimous for the second runner-up, first runner-up, and champion. So, without further ado, our second runner-up garnered an overall score of 91.33%. Anong group nila? Presenter number 1.
Then that's De La Salle College of
De La
St.
Salle
Benilde.
College of St. Benilde.
Woo! Animo Benilde, congratulations! Second runner-up.
Yes.
You may come on stage for a quick photo op.
Benilde natin ito.
Picture.
The host.
Congratulations, Benilde. And of course, congratulations to our coaches. Coaches, please join on stage. Our dear students. So second runner-up. Okay. Animo Benilde, congratulations. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Benilde.
Congratulations, De La Salle College of St. Benilde.
Sige.
Yes.
Miss
Gusto niyo ba sa
Universe
taas
moment.
kayo?
Miss Universe moment ulit.
Sa taas na kayo.
So it's between De La Salle University
Para mas
or
dramatic.
Adamson University.
Okay.
Woo!
Our first runner-up garnered an overall score of 91.66%, and the champion garnered a score of 95.3%.
Oh, 91-95.
So our first runner-up is the De La Salle University. And our champion for SMEC Ethics Bowl 2025 is Adamson University. Congratulations!
Congratulations, Adamson and DLSU. Congrats, Animo La Salle. And of course, congratulations to Adamson University. Champion of SMEC Ethics Bowl 2025. So maybe we could have a group photo with the LSU first, to be followed by our champions. So our coaches, the LSU representatives, the chair, and our participants, please come on stage for a quick photo op. Okay, congratulations po, the LSU. Thank you po. Congratulations, DLSU. At mukhang ang blue ang nag-dominate sa green this time. Issue. Adamson University, champion! You may now take home the trophy. 15 kilos daw yan, balita ko. round of applause to our SMEC Ethics Bowl champions. Woo! All right. Congratulations again, the serve. Photo with the judges too. 15 kilos nga, wag niyo pong iangat lagi. Hindi pa kinuha, sir. There you go. Let that moment sink in. Congratulations to Adamson University. Okay, so ang ating mga schoolmates, make the most of your visit here in Benilde. Let's take a group photo. Thank you po. Expose ang beauty din. Si Miss Heidi tsaka Sir Dean na lang po for the closing. Opo, opo. Si Doc. There you go. Again, kudos to everyone. Let's keep philosophizing alive. This is a proud moment for philosophy. Diba? There you go. So I think we can now proceed to the closing remarks and the word of thanks. So may we call the chair of the SMEC Ethics Bowl Committee, Professor Heidi Claire D., for the closing remarks.
A pleasant afternoon, everyone. You know, all of you deserve a big round of applause. Okay, first, okay, I do not have anything here. I don't have AI. I only have myself and I. Okay. On behalf of the SMEC Ethics Bowl, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to acknowledge the following. First, the students. You all did a great job. Please make sure that there will be continuity in your love for ethics, to critical thinking, and apply it as you exceed the portals of your university. Your mark will always be something to be remembered, and please continue that. Okay, to the coaches, ladies and gentlemen, it is not easy for you to train, definitely. Our dear students, you have exerted a lot of time on this. Of course, you have shared your expertise. You really deserve a big hand. To our judges, I really admire the art of questioning. You know, if I go back again to the graduate school, I want you to become my professors because you are really, have the art. An extraordinary way of questioning. I really admire it. Thank you so much, Father Masong. Of course, Dr. Asuncion and Dr. Eva. Okay, we're also able to learn a lot in the way you strategize the questioning to our dear contestants, of course. To our ethics SMEC Ethics Committee. We have planned this since December, and after this month, we are all here. Thank you so much for your support, for your time, for your effort. Of course, kudos to my co-chair, Mr. Aldino Gonzalez. To Sir Roel, your dedication is really something we really admire. To your technical committee, even in the way we prepare the PowerPoint presentations here, with half human, half AI, to our MCs. And of course to Dean Jennifer Fabula, okay, for supporting, of course, this event to make this possible. The facilities, of course, of De La Salle College of St. Benilde is really, state of the art, and soon, according to them, this will be in ground zero. But please remember all the memories you have in this tough campus, okay? And I would like to end something as a reminder to everyone, okay? So AI is just our guide, okay? We shall not be slave to AI. We are humans. We're the one who created it. It will always be guided. So AI should be used with responsibility. We know its advantages. We have learned its disadvantages. But above all, we should be more dominant. Okay? And of course, at the end of this, always remember that you always have takeaways, and that will make you stronger, and it will also be something that you will pay forward. And I thank you.
Thank you, Professor Heidi Claredy. May I now invite the Vice Chair of the SMEC Ethics Committee, Professor Aldino Gonzalez, for the word of thanks.
On behalf of Brother Dodo Fernandez, FSC, and the rest of the administrators of De La Salle College of St. Benilde, we'd like to thank you for coming over. Sabi nga sa Bisaya, balik-balik lang kayo. Welcome to our home here at De La Salle College of St. Benilde. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, ingat kayo sa pag-uwi. Leave Jesus in our hearts forever.
But wait, baka pwede magpa-picture daw ulit. Tama ba, Sir Rewell? Photo opportunity with everyone? Including the Zoom? May naka-online pa ba? Sige. Sa Zoom daw po ito, paki-screenshot na lang yung Zoom participants. Pa-screenshot na lang. Anyways, I think we can flash on screen the feedback form now so that we can wrap up.
And don't forget to complete the evaluation form before you leave. If you have already submitted yours, thumbs up. And for our online participants, drop a checkbox emoji in the chat.
There you go. So hopefully before we go to all our participants, maybe you could give your feedback, your overall experience in today's event. There you go. So I think we could formally end our session. May Oh yeah, we do have an afternoon snack pa po, so maybe just get your baon before leaving Benilde. Ayaw namin gutom kayo. So there you go. Again, we extend our heartfelt thanks to everyone who made this event possible. Both of those of us who are here and behind the scenes, our tech team, the SMEC Ethics Committee, again, of course, our students, our guests. Maraming salamat po. At sana ay you had the pleasant stay here in Benilde.
Of course, we warmly thank our enthusiastic audience, both on-site and online. And of course, all the SMEC Ethics Board representatives and our extraordinary binil SMS Theo Pilo Area Organizing Committee for your efforts. Thank you po.
Thank you po. Live Jesus in our hearts forever. So that ends our SMEC Ethics Bowl 2025. Salamat po.
Don't forget to claim your flags, our school flags, baka makalimutan po. So, and flag poles and our flag stands. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Tapos na tayo. Alisin tayo umabot ng 5, di ba? 4:16.